Hello, welcome to Skills for Psychological Recovery. My name is Nancy Carlson. I am the Disaster Behavioral Health Program Coordinator for the Minnesota Department of Health, and I'm one of your trainers here today. I'm going to hand it over to Megan to introduce herself, and then she can hand it to Tim, and then we're going to keep our cameras off during this presentation too.
Hey, everybody. My name is Megan Alema. I am a clinical social worker and therapist. I live in Duluth. I've been part of the Behavioral Health MRC for, I think, 13 years now. I'm really happy to be here with you. Thank you all for being here. Um, what we're going to learn today, I think, is immediately applicable to most people's lives. So I'm happy to be here. Please feel free to shoot me a message anytime today during the chat if you've got questions. We'll also be monitoring the chat for questions. And then I will make sure you've got my contact information afterwards if you have questions that you want to do offline. Thanks. Tim, go ahead.
Hey, I'm Tim Denny. I live up here in Hallock, Minnesota. I'm a regional coordinator for Minnesota Suicide Prevention, and I also work with disaster behavioral health, especially with the healthcare community, hospitals and clinics and long-term care. So that's a little bit about me. I'm going to be sharing two of the units today, and I'm looking forward to being with you for the rest of the day. Thank you.
Please continue to put your names and introduce yourself in the chat. As Courtney says, it won't be visible. We're trying to protect your privacy, as I mentioned inside the email that I sent out to you. But I do want, since you're going to be learning today, for you to be able to get to know each other a little bit, and feel free to really ask questions and use the chat as much as you can during the training. Like I said, we're going to be monitoring it the best that we can. So, get started. See, I'm gonna move this. There we go. This is our tentative agenda for the day. We're going to try to follow this the best that we can, but it may be a little bit off, but this is the information that we're going to do. You'll get a lunch, you get a half an hour lunch break, you'll get a couple of 15-minute breaks. Feel free to get up and stretch and move or take a break whenever you need it. Hopefully you're in someplace comfortable. You've been able to download the SPR guide that I sent out to you, because we will be using the tools within that today, and you have the ability to take some notes if you want to. Someone asked me earlier about getting the slides. After you've completed the training and you've completed the evaluation, and we'll share that link again with you at the end of the training day, then we'll send out a file, either a zip file, or I'll send out PDFs of the slides so you'll have those available. Like I said, we want you to complete the course evaluation. You'll get a certificate of attendance with all the information that you need to submit to your board for continuing education credits. And I will, as quick as I can, we do have a holiday on Monday, but as quick as I can within my work schedule, I will get your certificates. And once your eval has been completed, your certificate put into MinTrain for you, so you have that available for your training records. If you have any questions, you can get a hold of me, or as Megan and Tim said, you can get a hold of any of us. And our information will be shared with you too, of how I see Megan's is already kind of introducing herself in there. Our emails were shared in the email to you, and we can share them again if you need them. So we're going to start today with the really basic skill of psychological first aid, and that is information gathering and prioritization. But first, we're going to talk just a little bit before we even get into that skill. We're going to talk a little bit about what psych first aid is, this kind of the basics of it, so you get an overview of it. These are our objectives for this week one, or session one, or unit one of Skills for Psychological First Aid. We're going to really talk about the differences between SPR and PFA, understand the basic principles of SPR and how to implement outreach and perform that basic needs assessment to work on some of the other skills that you're going to learn about today. And then just be able to work with the individual that you're assisting and gathering information to help them set their SPR priorities. So, all of this training for psychological first aid really came out of the need to make sure that we're providing training and education in disaster behavioral health interventions at the correct phase of the disaster when the person needs it, that we're making sure that they're proactive and they're pragmatic, they're flexible, that they match what the individual needs. Um, and they do no harm and use local resources and integrate in with resources that are already there. We also really want to focus on making sure that there's step levels of care. We don't automatically move someone to the highest level of care. And all of this came out of the terrorist attack many years ago, over 20 years ago. And when we really looked at what do the community members need when they've been exposed to a traumatic event. In Minnesota, we use a post-disaster stepped care intervention model. And that means everybody, we know in any disaster or crisis situation, everybody needs information, clear, concise, accurate information about what's going on, what they can do, how they can take care of themselves, where they can get help. Everybody needs that. That's a basic. After that, a lot of people need psych first aid. Hopefully, all of you have taken a psych first aid class because this training really builds on that. Um, Everyone needs psychological first aid. Not everyone, but most people. And then a smaller group of people as time goes on and they're dealing with this trauma and they're trying to maybe recover from it and PFA has not been enough. SPR is where we come in, and that's what we're going to talk about today. Then an even smaller group of people may need professional treatment. And part of SPR too is understanding and realizing when you need to refer someone on, that maybe this doing skills for psychological recovery is not appropriate for them at this time. But you'll hear more about that later today. So, how does psychological first aid interact with skills for psychological recovery? Like I said, PFA is first. It educates people on how to minimize that psychological distress in a disaster or crisis. It helps to reduce that traumatic impact. And it really helps us to understand what stress is inside ourselves and how we can deal with that stress. PFA is for everybody. Okay. We sometimes we talk inside the PFA training the difference between psychological first aid and mental health first aid. Both are excellent trainings. If you haven't had both, I strongly encourage you to. But mental health first aid is dealing with people that are in a mental health crisis. They're suicidal. They may be having a psychotic break. They may be having some substance misuse issues. They may be having a panic attack. People that are, when we're talking about using psychological first aid with individuals, it's to dealing with stress. It could be traumatic stress, chronic stress. It's, acute stress situations. It's for everyone. It can also be a tool that you can use facing those daily stressors that you deal with in life. We offered this training every other Monday. It's a virtual training, or we have also worked with the University of Minnesota School of Public Health to develop an online training. So if you haven't had PFA, I strongly suggest that you do. There's different time frames for delivery of SPR versus PFA. PFA is something we called it our immediate intervention. We do it in the beginning. It's the first intervention that we do with people that are in crisis because PFA is more doing for someone, helping someone to connect with resources, maybe hand holding them to that, help connecting them with their, loved ones, helping them calm down in that instant. And I mean, being able to manage their distress and teaching some skills for that. SPR is used in a few weeks and months afterward, or days. It might even be in days afterward if psych first aid hasn't worked and it's really starting to be something that they need some real more assistance with. SPR is more doing with someone. We call it a coaching intervention because you're helping them to build or rebuild skills that the trauma that they've been exposed to has impacted. And you'll hear much more about that today. How does SPR differ to mental health therapy? we're not, mental health therapy, professional therapy, really focus on giving a diagnosis. It's office based, it's really conducted totally by a mental health professional, and it could be a fairly long duration. And there's a large array of treatment modalities and interventions that can be provided during professional mental health treatment. Skills for psychological recovery can be used in a therapeutic setting. Was a therapist can use it. I know we've got several that have registered for this training. I don't know if they've here at this point, but it can be used in that. And you may hear Megan talking somewhat about that later. But SPR focuses really on assessing and fostering strengths and coping skills. It's a community-based intervention, and its goals are more present-centered. They're focused on the immediate activation of change. And you can be a mental health professional, but you don't have to be. It's a shorter duration, and even though you don't have to be a mental health professional, we do hope that you have some clinical supervision. And that's something that can be provided by the trainers of this training too, if you don't have that available within your agency or your organization. Uh, it is much more limited in the intervention, that it's really focused on really fostering and developing or redeveloping, rebuilding skills that the person has to help with their recovery. So, what are the benefits of really using SPR over supportive counseling? Well, by using this method, the individual is more likely to feel empowered because they're taking steps. They will have homework. They will have things they have to work on. Hopefully, they will feel less activated and more unstuck. Um, Hopefully, they'll feel like they'll really see the steps that they've taken towards their own recovery. And by doing this, they'll be able to keep those new skills and hopefully apply them to future issues and disasters and crises and problems they encounter. We're able to see, which is something that you don't always see as a therapist, the progress that somebody is making and applying. You're able to see that progress a little bit more clearly when you're coaching someone in psych first aid. And that helps you to maybe feel a little less stressed about how things are going in that supportive mode. So what is SPR? It's a series of skills that has really been shown to be effective across many settings, making people feel better after different types of adversity. We in Minnesota, I'm going to give you a little bit of history before I finish talking about what's on this slide. In 2017, we brought in trainers from the National Center for Post-Traumatic Stress and the National Center for Child Traumatic Stress, the National Child Traumatic Stress Network, in to train 100 people in Minnesota from various areas across the state in SPR. Then we also had another day of training to train 20, well, we're supposed to be 25. I think we trained like 23 people as trainers in psychological first aid and in skills for psychological recovery. So we have been doing this training across Minnesota since that time. And we have seen how this is really beneficial and in helping people to deal with things in their day-to-day life and inside when they're dealing with supporting with trauma. One of the things I want you to keep in mind, and hopefully will remind you again throughout the day, is as you hear about these skills, I want you to apply them to things in your own life. I want you to practice using them on yourself. I know that I have learned a lot about myself and how I can deal with some problems by pulling out these skills. Now, SPR is really designed to be a 5-visit program, but here's the truth, and any of you who have done any outreach or any type of intervention with people know that you might not get 5 visits with someone. You might just get the one and done. So each skill can be a standalone. And it needs to be flexible and really tailored and person-centered to meet their needs. Otherwise, they're not going to be invested in this and work on the skills. And it's called really a facilitated self-help because we're teaching people those skills. We're coaching them how to manage their own challenges. Where can it be used? I'm not even going to read off all of these. It can be used all in any type of setting. It can be used in schools. There is a model that can be used in groups with school settings. It can be used in groups with adults, although they should be pretty cohesive groups if you're going to be doing that. It can be used at home, any setting. And this needs to make sure that it's a quiet place that you can have at least 45 minutes of time with someone. And excuse me. And you want to make sure that the individual has some type of a contact number so that they can ask questions and that you are setting up multiple visits as you can during each meeting. Now, the really goal of SPR is to make sure that we're helping people gain skills to manage their own distress and then to cope with whatever is going on in their life at that time. Like I said, I'm stressing this again. It can be used to help you deal with your own stress. In fact, the best way to learn these skills is to practice them on yourself, or maybe you have a family member you can work with this, but to really kind of use these and see how effective they can be. They're going to sound really simplistic, just like psych first aid. And they're going to sound like we've got really little teeny steps, but research has shown that each of the steps that we're going to show you is important to follow because that's what really makes sure that really ensures that there's success in meeting and rebuilding these skills and makes it easy for the individual that you're coaching to be able to practice them and learn them and integrate them into their daily life. These are some complicated little slides I'm going to show you in a minute, but they'll make sense at the end of the training a little more. This was if you have just one and done. You make contact with someone. We're going to talk about gathering information and prioritizing the skills here in a minute. You decide what's going to need. Let's say it's problem solving. That's a skill. You go through that skill, give the action plan, the handout, and then that might be it. Hopefully, you're going to have more meetings. And what you're going to find, and you'll see this in the slides that we have later, is that the issue that they have might be addressed by working on multiple different types of SPR skills. Let's say they're dealing with anxiety. Anxiety could be helped by dealing with working on helpful thinking, working on positive activities. Maybe they're dealing with ongoing adversities, which many people could be these days. Helpful thinking and problem solving could be helpful. It's really looking and letting the individual know too that there's multiple skills that can help with this issue. We can try one and learn that skill, and then maybe there's another one now too that we can make that stronger for you and more helpful. Obviously, it's highly recommended that we do as many contacts as we can. 5 is the general number, but each individuals are different of what's going on. Because we know that one intervention is not going to be as impactful as we would hope. But we know that when people use that model, this adult learning model of learn, work, learn pattern, we know that that really puts things inside our brain better. That really helps us to learn something better. So all of the SPR skills are didactic. There are collaborative skills training in the session. There's between session tasks and assignments. It's real world practice. There'll be some coaching and some feedback, and then there's that social consequence, which is really just having to report back to the coach on what you did or didn't do. But that's kind of important because if you're given homework and then nobody ever follows up to see if it's done, you're most likely not. There's a high probability, I shouldn't say most likely, there's a high probability you might not complete it. And really, how many contacts you can do obviously depends upon the motivation and the availability of the person you're working with. How well they think the SPR skills are working. And it may be that they're not ready. If you're working with someone and SPR just isn't clicking, they might not be ready to be doing this. Timing might be off. They might be dealing with something that they need to see a mental health professional for. Or maybe they're still in this acute session of acute trauma with this, and they need to be really focusing on just using SPR skills. And how much time you have is also dependent upon how much you can spend with them. What other resources are available in the community? Maybe referring them to a community resource at that time is what they need most. And then they can come back later if they need and work on SPR. If it's something like housing, food, safety, that really is not going to be addressed by SPR, but maybe there's a community resource that can provide that. Maybe that's the most important thing you can do for them is connect them to that resource at this time. But the general principle is obviously we don't want to overload the person. We're working on one skill at a time, and we need to be practical with that. We don't want to overload with a whole bunch of things we expect. But we also want to keep in mind as we're doing this that we might not get another chance to meet with them. So we really want to make sure that our interaction with them is that we're, trying to communicate that we really believe that learning these skills is going to be beneficial to them. We really want to be client-centered, person-centered. What do they need? How is this working for them? We want to really create a partnership so that they're comfortable learning these skills and that they'll want to do more, that they'll, really do some practicing, even if it's hard, and that we can help them through honest communication and a rapport to build a relationship. In fact, building that rapport is the most important thing that we can do when we first meet and in every meeting with them. So when we first meet, we want to obviously introduce ourselves. We want to ask questions about what they are hoping to get from our relationship. Um, and then really, kind of convey that we're listening to them. Showing that I'm not going to really get into listening skills. Eye contact depends upon culture. Also, body language may too, but you want to show the person that you are listening to them and focused on them. This is a great video. Many of you may have seen it, but
So what is empathy and why is it very different than sympathy? Empathy fuels connection. Sympathy drives disconnection. Empathy, it's very interesting. Teresa Wiseman is a nursing scholar who studied professions, very diverse professions where empathy is relevant, and came up with 4 qualities of empathy. Perspective taking, the ability to take the perspective of another person or recognize their perspective as their truth. Staying out of judgment, not easy when you enjoy it as much as most of us do. Recognizing emotion in other people and then communicating that. Empathy is feeling with people. And to me, I always think of empathy as this kind of sacred space when someone's kind of in a deep hole and they shout out from the bottom and they say, I'm stuck, it's dark, I'm overwhelmed. And then we look and we say, hey, you climb down. I know what it's like down here. And you're not alone. Sympathy is, ooh, it's bad, no. You want a sandwich? Empathy is a choice, and it's a vulnerable choice, because in order to connect with you, I have to connect with something in myself that knows that feeling. Rarely, if ever, does an empathic response begin with at least. Yeah. And we do it all the time. Because you know what? Someone just shared something with us that's incredibly painful, and we're trying to silver lining it. I don't think that's a verb, but I'm using it as one. We're trying to put the silver lining around it. So, I had a miscarriage. Oh, at least you know you can get pregnant. I think my marriage is falling apart. At least you have a marriage. John's getting kicked out of school. At least Sarah is an A student. But one of the things we do sometimes in the face of very difficult conversations is we try to make things better. If I share something with you that's very difficult, I'd rather you say, I don't even know what to say right now, I'm just so glad you told me. Because the truth is, rarely can a response make something better. What makes something better is connection.
I always think that's a great video, and I know it's been played a lot, but it really fits in here when we're talking about SPR, that connection and how important it is to really be able to work effectively with someone. I want to spend a few minutes here now talking about information gathering and prioritizing assistance needs. This is the boring part of the skills, but it's also very critical. So I'm going to go through this with you now. For each for each SPR skill, we have steps of what we need to do. So for information gathering, we need to decide if there's a referral that's needed. Like I mentioned, sometimes what people need right then, what is going to be the most benefit for them is going to be a referral. If they're struggling with something that you know there's a resource out there, or you suspect there is, and you can perhaps find it for them, that's what you want to do. Whether it's a referral to a community support service or it's a referral to a mental health professional. We want to know what the individual's most pressing concerns and needs are. And then we'd want to decide which SPR skills we want to hopefully be able to teach and coach them with. We don't ask specific questions about their feelings or about the critical incidents that have happened in their lives because we're not doing therapy. We don't want to open up something that we're not trained to do. If you're not a therapist, and even if you are, unless you're using this within the bounds of your therapeutic practice and you're using this as a tool, you don't want to be doing that. If you're doing this as a part of a volunteer intervention or a community support, you want to follow the lead of the individual and really consider the nature and the timing of your questions. Then, depending upon the level of rapport you have established with the individual and the timing of your contact with them, you want to focus on the present and the future and on coping skills and resources that might be better options than what they've used in the past or are currently using. We want to ask them to give reasons why it's important to, gather this information before we decide the skills. And they may go, I don't know. Well, then you want to discuss with them the reasons why SPR uses information gathering before proceeding with the skills building. And what we're doing is the things we just talked about. We want to decide what they need right then. If they need a referral, if they need, if they have a current or pressing need that they want to address, and then help them for us to hear from them which skills they think they want to learn to work on. We always will have a rationale. And it's important that we share with the individual this rationale. This isn't just for your information. It's so that the individual understands why we're looking at this and why this is a skills for psychological recovery skill. So they'll all have that. So they understand what we're doing, and it will help in building and engaging those skills with them. So after disasters, we know that people that are affected by that disaster are often distressed because of the losses that they experience. Gathering information helps individuals to identify and prioritize their current needs and concerns. So we want to make sure that we're talking about this. It helps them to start thinking about what skills they might need to be working on to address their concerns. Then we want to talk about what is information gathering, how it's person-centered. Because we want to help them define it. We may see, this is the thing that's hardest for some people and even really hard for therapists to do, is you can see the issues that you think they need to be working on, that you think are the priority. You need to put that aside. We need to focus on what they see are their priorities, what they see that they want to start working on. What they see as things that how they relate to others within their social networks. We want to really look at their perspective. Is the issue that they're talking about, is it something that's created by somebody else? Is they saying that someone else's explanation for the cause of their problems? We really want to clarify the factors that improve or worsen the problem with their attention. Is it family members? Is it an issue that they're worried about that's going on with somebody else? Can't really do a whole lot about that and really clarify that. Who is that there? What is the issue based in? Understanding some of the stressors that they've dealt with. When we're thinking about help-seeking background, have they sought help for things? Have they already sought out resources? Are they practicing some coping skills? What are they doing? What are the strategies that they're using right now to take care of themselves? And we want to hear both of them. the ones that have been helpful and the ones that have not been helpful. And then really look at maybe there's some current resources that we can provide them to assist this. Then we want to discuss their expectations. What do they expect that's going to come about by working with skills for psychological recovery? What is their perception of you as their coach? How do they see your role in helping them? What type of things might interfere with this relationship? And what other kind of barriers might there be? This is another slide that really focuses home, and some of you may have seen this before too, but I just love it because it really brings home the point of person-centered care.
It's just, there's all this pressure, you know? And sometimes it feels like it's right up on me. And I can just feel it, like literally feel it in my head. And it's relentless. And I don't know if it's going to stop. I mean, that's the thing that scares me the most, is that I don't know if it's ever going to stop.
Yeah. Well, you do have a nail in your head.
It is not about the nail.
Are you sure? Because, I mean, I'll bet if we got that out of there...
Stop trying to fix it.
No, I'm not trying to fix it. I'm just pointing out that maybe the nail is causing...
You always do this. You always try to fix things when what I really need is for you to just listen.
See, I don't think that is what you need. I think what you need is to get the nail
See, you're
out.
not even listening now.
Okay, fine. I will listen. Fine.
It's just... Sometimes it's like there's this achy... I don't know what it is. And I'm not sleeping very well at all. And all my sweaters are snagged. I mean, all of them.
Yeah, that sounds really hard.
It is. Thank you. Ow!
Oh, come on. Ow. If you would just...
Don't...
Try to see things...
So it's a funny way of looking at it, but it's like even when we see this is a reminder that as you're working as an SPR coach, even if you see a skill that you think is more important and more necessary, that's fine, Courtney. So if they want to start the AI summary, that's fine. Then you want to really listen to what they want and support them inside what their viewpoint of what's going on with them, what they want to focus on working on. But we also want to be aware of our own values and prejudice and how these may actually agree or differ with what we're hearing from the person and their culture and their community. And we really want to be mindful of how we see, not just how we see individuals, but how they view us. We should really be sensitive to the cultural, ethnic, religious, racial, and language diversity in order to really develop the ability to provide SPR effectively and successfully. I would encourage you to consider training in cultural competence, cultural awareness, cultural, understanding to deepen your awareness of the different customs and rituals and how other people deal with issues in their lives so that we are able to support them in using their culture to manage these skills, to deal with the skills. We want to make sure, too, that if we don't understand and we're dealing within a specific community of people, that we're connecting with those community leaders who best represent the individuals that we're dealing with and understand their circumstances a little bit. It might be difficult for those of us in different situations that work for government to be able to provide a calming presence sometimes for someone. That's where we really want to work on the rapport, but to understand too where somebody else, how they're viewing us and how that might impact how we're providing support to them. It's impossible to really know everything about any culture or any individual, but we can ask them themselves about, is there a cultural component to how this is stressing you, or how you're dealing with this issue, or how with the skill level we're working on. Because really at the most basic level, we want to have an ability to communicate and understand each other as human beings, right? And we want to make sure that when we're providing a coaching for SPR, that we're speaking a language. And I don't mean linguistically language, but even the words we're using make sense to the individual we're working with in terms of, not only how they react to them, but in how they deal with and see the world. So the steps for information gathering and prioritizing assistance are 3 steps. And you'll have steps for each skill, okay? We have identify current needs and concerns, summarize and prioritize areas to address, and then make an action plan. These are pretty similar, but each of these will all have skill sets, and it's important that we follow each of the steps for each skill. So, first, step 1. You can use these exact words if you want, or something similar, but we want to be able to say yes.
Nancy, I'm so sorry, it's Megan. Can I interrupt real quick?
Yep.
Everybody is seeing a black square in the middle of their, can you see that?
Okay. Is that gone now?
Yes, thank you. Good job.
Okay. To be able to address your most pressing needs and concerns, let me ask you a few questions. Or can I ask you a few questions? You can ask permission. And hopefully they'll say yes since you're there. I'll ask, I'm going to also ask you how big each problem is for you now. First, though, is there something that you're really concerned about right now? Let's talk about that first. Okay? So you can do something along these type of wordings. Then we're going to show you first how each skill is also inside your manual. On page 84 of the SPR manual, you'll see the screening form. And on this screening form, it goes through the different areas. If they're talking about a physical health issue, an emotional issue, safety, basic necessities, we're trying to get an idea of what these are for them. You can have them, and you can give them, and they're going to be working on some of these type of handouts. You can share and hand out with them and share it and work on this together. This is not you sitting there checking this off. Okay. This is a collaborative effort. So these are suggested too. Also, remember, these are just suggested areas of information gathering. You don't have to go over each of these. You don't need to do this as a checklist. Your goal is really to start with what the individual considers the most important areas they're struggling with. Sometimes it's easy to see them to help them define that. There is an error on the form. It says under role functioning, do you have any concerns about how you or a family member are coping? That is the same thing as an emotional one. So just know that that's action. That's an action question. Okay. So what you're doing is you're gathering information like we talked about. You're trying to be empathetic. You're trying to show, your rapport. You're being supportive. You're just trying to really work with them to get the information on what you're going to work on, what skill you're going to work on next. Here's some things to know right away when you're first connecting with someone. If the person is not, you shouldn't be using SPR at this time. You should either be referring to community resources if there's something more appropriate, to a mental health professional if you see them needing that, or substance abuse, another professional if they need that, or looking at PFA at that point. If the person's not motivated to attend sessions or work on skills, if their life is too chaotic, if they have any mental health crisis thoughts or actions going on, if their thoughts to harm themselves, other, substance misuse problems, if they have a medical condition that they're really working on that needs to be the focus of their self-care at that time. Obviously, if they're having some psychotic or cognitive disabilities, the SPR is not going to work for them. Okay. So we really want to look at, in the beginning, before we ever get started on anything, is SPR appropriate? That's what you're doing in the beginning of your information gathering. Then, as you're saying, okay, we've decided that SPR is something that can be helpful for you. We want to make sure that we're looking at this foundation as we're offering this, that we're going to, be collaborative. We're going to normalize some of the stress reactions that are going on. We're going to develop a plan. We're going to answer questions and concerns. We're going to do any referrals that we need to do, obviously, but if we're going to offer it, we're going to do it in this manner. Then, as we decide what skills we're going to work on to start with, we go back to remember being person-centered. We don't care if there's a nail popping out of their forehead like we saw in the video, and we think that nail should be the priority. That might not be the priority for them. They're not going to they don't want it, they're not going to spend their energy focusing on it because it's not their priority. We want them to be successful, and hopefully that will be the next priority they pick to deal with. So what do they want? What do they think are their biggest concern? What is causing them the most distress and impairment? What do they want to address first and they think has been getting worse over time? Will it reduce other problems if it's addressed? And is this a problem that can be addressed by SPR? There's lots of problems people have in their life that can't be addressed by SPR. So is it within the bounds of that? This is not psychotherapy. It's not going to delve into issues from childhood trauma, or it's not going to be able to fix everything inside someone's life. Is this something that can be beneficial to them? That's the first step we're doing, is deciding, is SPR appropriate? And what does the person want to work on? The second one is, okay, they want to do it. They've got some problems that they think SPR can be beneficial for. So then we want to really gather that information on what are the problems that need immediate attention? What are the less, appropriate, the less prioritized ones? Then we want to pick what we're going to focus on first. We're going to go through the SPR skills to see which one's going to work for them. And when we're doing this, we want to really emphasize there's no right or wrong answer in prioritizing. It's, you can start on a skill and the person wants and they think are the most important. You can change that as you move forward. 3 then is to make an action plan for how you're going to deal with that issue. What skill are you going to use to work on first to address the issue that the individual has picked? Part of that plan, you keep seeing, we see refer on if people need something. We want to continue to remember throughout this process, as you're gathering information, you're getting to know the individual. At any point during that, you may find that this is not appropriate for them right now. We want to refer them to something else. Or one of the issues they have is maybe it is getting their medication. Maybe they have some skills, but they need medication too, and they're not able to get it. We can maybe help them connect with a resource that can help them get that, and then also continue to work on skills. You're kind of doing that assessment through this whole conversation and the information gathering. You want to also let them know that working on a variety of different skills could help them with the issue they have. And then ask them which skill they want to learn first. We're going to look at the next page is going to show us a page from the workbook that will help us in defining how we're going to help them pick a skill. We want to set expectations, and hopefully we want to set up, before this meeting ends, set up another, talk about meeting again, meeting a few times, and set up the next meeting. How you decide what skill you're going to work on is you can look at this chart on page 85, and it has different problems. Maybe the person is dealing with having upsetting thoughts that make them feel bad all the time. So the primary skill for that we'd say, well, really, if we focus on helpful thinking, that would be beneficial. But maybe they don't want to focus on that now. Maybe they'd rather focus on managing their reactions or setting activities. Or you might start with helpful thinking and they're still having some other issues going on, and you go, okay, well, let's do helpful thinking, then we'll work on managing reactions, and then we'll work on activity setting. You want to explain to the individuals what these different skills are, Like what we're doing today is information gathering. We're trying to determine if SPR is an appropriate intervention for you, and if so, what skills we're going to work on. Problem solving skills is a way to really define what problem you are dealing with and brainstorm ways that you can deal and solve those problems. Promoting positive activities is a way to improve your mood by identifying and engaging in positive and pleasurable activities. When people are stressed, when they're dealing with trauma, when they've been exposed to something traumatic, it's hard to get back into doing things that make them feel good. Managing reactions, obviously, that's helping to reduce those distressing physical and emotional reactions. Promoting helpful thinking is steps to identify the thoughts and counter these thoughts with less upsetting ones. Then rebuilding healthy social connections. That also is something that often falls away when we've dealt with or been exposed to a traumatic event. It's a way to rebuild those positive reactions and community supports. So you explain this to them. You go back to this slide and go, okay, this is what you're going on with. Which of these would you like to be working on? This is the primary one, but these are some secondary skills that would be helpful for you, and let them choose. You don't decide what skill they're going to work on. They need to decide that. Once they've decided what skill you're going to work on next, you want to give a little bit of a realistic picture of what SPR can accomplish. You want to encourage individuals to really try out the skills and really practice them. Remind them that all skills require practice. Just like if you're learning to cook something, the more you follow recipes, the more you cook something or make something, whether it's knitting or playing a sport, the more you do it, the better you get at it, the more successful you are in achieving the goals you want. And then this is just some key points from this section, this skill that I want you to take with you is to remember is SPR is more directive and educational than really just supportive counseling alone. Okay, it's more like a training or a coaching. You're really there to support them and coach them along. Your relationship is really crucial. If you don't have the rapport and the trust in that relationship, someone's not going to, when you're working with them, they're not going to trust that these steps will be successful. We want to be really flexible. We want to use small steps. And we're going to talk more today about tiny steps and how important that is in changing behaviors. We really want to look at the timing and the contents, where they're at in their life right now. Is this something that they can work on? And if it's not, we're going to talk some more later today too about setbacks and how to deal with those. We want to consider all the things that make up that individual because we're person-centered. Their culture, their gender, the developmental factors, what's going on in their life right now. And then also realize what's going on with ours and how we are presenting ourselves in building this relationship with them. Remember, we want to give a rationale for each skill. More sessions, better results. We want to follow all of the steps. Use the worksheets and the handouts. And just remember, SPR isn't for everything. Then we want to refer people that need other services, a higher standard of care, higher level of care, or they need services that our community support is already providing. So any questions on this first section? If not, I'm going to move on to, I can't see the chat and do anything.
Nancy, there's no questions, I don't think.
Okay, I'm going to pull.
Oh, wait, April's got one. Hold on. Are we going to talk about what resources or when not to give resources?
Resources are really going to be dependent upon, I'm going to stop sharing here. Resources are going to be dependent upon what are available and what the situation is. If you coming from where you're at, if you have resources, let's say it is a MASH casualty event, and you have some resources for the individual, I think that some of those really go with, some could be in the beginning, Because some of the things for financial or some of the support that you guys have, those could be important to give right then. Others might be, you're going to have to kind of feel out what the needs are and how the resources would be supported for them at that time. And I wouldn't be worrying about resources if the person is not able to even, if they need to have an immediate referral to mental health services, that's more critical right then. Giving out resources and they don't have the ability, obviously, to deal with them at that time. Let me get the next slides up.
Nancy, while you're doing that, I think what I'll say is that in the 2 sections that I'm going to do, guys, we're going to talk a little bit about how do we know when something requires like psychological first aid versus crisis intervention versus medical intervention versus skills for psychological recovery. In April, you say it's helpful to clarify about resources and vetting resources, even as working with cultures, thinking about the ongoing sessions and resources, not the initial, right? So, and I think that there's a couple different kinds of resources that we talk about when doing this work, specifically when we're in this more like longer term skills for psychological recovery coaching. You know, there's of course initial resources to help people get through the initial critical incident or disaster, right? And then there's ongoing resources about how do I apply mindfulness skills appropriately within my cultural background. And I always say that finding your people on the ground within the community that is impacted, who can really speak to what is appropriate within that community from a place of cultural knowledge and responsiveness is really critical. So you're not handing out, whether those are resources about skills for psychological recovery or resources about anything that are inappropriate for a specific community. Yeah, so thanks, April. I definitely am naming this now, but I'll do it more later on too. Does that sound all right? Okay, thanks, guys. Please feel free to jump in with questions as we go, and we'll work on them as we go for sure. Thanks.
Yes, thank you. It's really important that some of this we are going to get in more detail as Megan was talking about, but it's important to bring them up now so that we don't forget later too. And also all of you, if you have comments and you have knowledge from your own experience, please share in the chat. You learn from each other too, just as much as you learn from us. So the second unit in skills for psychological recovery is problem solving skills. Just a minute. The objectives for problem solving skills is learn how to define and prioritize problems, understand the steps to solve a problem, be able to coach another person in the steps to build their problem solving skills. Pretty simple. So what we're really doing is helping individuals to deal with and address their problems. So
can you throw
yes.
it in full? Could you throw it in full presentation mode?
Isn't it in it?
A little better. Nope, I think we're seeing some notes.
They're showing the wrong one. So let me get back and restart this whole thing.
Thank you.
I think pushing that off, when I took that square off, changed some things. So let me get back into here. I apologize, everyone. Technological things are not necessarily. Okay. Where is it? Share? Ah, I see it bounced to the other screen. Better? No, not the right one. You're shooting my. How's this, everyone?
Beautiful.
All right. Okay. So, and this is being taped too. How wonderful. Hopefully you can cut some stuff out, Courtney. The objectives for this is what we're really trying to do with problem solving skills is really to help an individual be able to deal with an issue that they're dealing with. And we want to just remember too that in high stress situations, providing a structured way to come up with problems, the solutions to problems, will reduce that sense of overwhelmed and increase their sense of self-efficacy and empowerment. So we really want to do that. What our goal is really, we want to generate some better ideas, have a more thoughtful selection of different actions we can take. Then we want to make a plan and use those skills. So our rationale is that we know that that there are lots of problems and difficult times after crisis, disaster, all kinds of things. And it can really add to the stress level of everyone. And it makes it difficult to reduce those negative stress reactions. So high levels of stress often impact our problem solving abilities. We're it's more difficult to be creative. We're less capable of solving some of our problems. It makes that pressure, that ongoing stress and pressure to do something can make it hard to really step back and think effectively about the best way to handle a situation. So having a systematic way to solve problems can really help us address these problems more effectively and help them gain a sense of control and really feel like they're doing something and managing their recovery themselves. It provides that structured way of doing it. So our steps are, we're going to define the problem and decide who owns it. One of the most important reasons for really looking at this is to really help somebody empower them to solve their own problems. So we want to break the problems into smaller steps so that they can be more creative and capable of generating a whole bunch of ideas during that brainstorming to choose the solutions that they think are really going to work for them. What we know is if you try to skip any of these steps or try to solve their problems for them, you're denying them the opportunity to become more empowered and feel stronger and more capable. So we really want to use each one of these steps. Set the goal, brainstorm, evaluate, choose the best solution, then determine that action plan. We're going to look at what page is this? Page 92 of your handbook, and really defining what is the problem. What bothers me the most now? Is this something that's happening to me, or is it between me and someone else? We want to see, is the problem something that's happening to someone else and they're trying to take responsibility for something that they can't take responsibility for? This is really common too when we're talking about kids who unconsciously, have that sense of control and a feeling of responsibility for problems that aren't theirs. So we really want to help with this problem determination of what's going on. So you want to define your problem. Then really think about this. Is it happening to me? Is it happening between me and someone else? Is it happening to someone else? Is it happening between two or more other people? And if you circled those, this may be a problem. This may not be a problem you can fix. We want to really determine that to start with. So what part of this, is there a part though of that problem that you can fix? Is this something that is yours? We want to clearly define what they want to work on in as much detail as possible. So this would be something that you want to know. There's skills of how to do this with kids. Let me show you too of how to define this, because we want to break this down into chunks that we can address more easily. So it doesn't seem as overwhelming, the problem. With kids, you can use this Q-sort technique where you have the child or adults, they need it's sometimes this is easy for adults too. If you're very visual and you need to have something concrete to do, if you're a note taker, if you're one of those people that likes to check a box, if you take like index cards or even any type of paper, maybe it's even sticky notes in different colors, and you write or draw out the problem on the index card. Then you can ask the individual to kind of sort the cards from the most to the least distressing. What's bothering them the most? What is the biggest problem to them? What's the hardest thing to deal with? And then put that on the top, and that's the first problem that you'll deal with. Sometimes it helps to do this visually. Some people have a pro and con list that works. It's just a way to help them visualize this out. The other thing is deciding ownership of a problem. Is this something happening between me and someone else, or is this problem really mainly someone else or between other people? A lot of times we feel like this is something that is our problem and it's not. This is also, like I said, really good for kids is what's the problem? And then who, what, where, how. Well, all of these other things too to kind of help define whose problem this is. You may need to do something visual, like in this image, to help determine whose problem this is. Then step 2 is you want to use the skills of summarizing and prioritizing the concerns. After you've gathered the information, you've identified the problem requiring, immediate referral. You've identified less problems for referral. Then you want to prioritize, and pick the skill, right? So you want to focus on problems that the individual wants help with. Yes, I like that's not my monkey, not my circus. The individual, the ones they think are big, the ones they think are the worst, that are most the biggest problems for them. Because if they can deal those and be successful, then they're going to be more likely to work on other skills too to help them with their recovery. We want to make sure that they're doing what they need to do, that they're empowered to do. But we also want to look at, as they're looking at problems, which are the ones that are causing, the most serious distress or impairment, which need to be addressed sooner, and which are worsening over time. We need to be aware of that, because then if for some reason they ask us which one, maybe they've got going back to the one where problem solving or managing reactions or getting, involved in activities, if they had to prioritize the priority one or the 2 secondary ones, the screen I shared earlier in assessment, and they go, I don't know, I think I could use the help with all of them, then you could say, it's your call, but I would encourage you to, I would think this one might be most effective to you, but it's your call. I'll support you with whatever skill you want to build on. But being aware of that too, as the coach, is important. Then we want to make sure that we specify needs in a concrete way. We want to review the goal setting. You want to emphasize that this is an important step in problem solving that's often skipped. People go, "Oh, I don't need to make a goal. I know my goal is just to solve this problem." No, we want to set a goal. Many people that are dealing with different things, whether we're talking, any type of problem, are able to identify the problems easy, but haven't really thought through what they need or what they want to happen or what they're worried about. This is my problem, but it's a problem, but you haven't really thought how you want this resolved. We need to think about that too. If we're going to really build a problem-solving skill, we need to be able to have a goal of what we want to reach. So we want to identify those underlying concerns that enable them to solve the problem more effectively. So the more specific they are about their goals, the easier it will be to identify practical steps towards that solution. If you don't know what you want the end goal to be, it's really hard to make steps to meet that goal. One of the tools that will help you in this brainstorming is on, I don't know what page is this one. This is page, looks like 95. This helps you write down different solutions. And you want to do a bunch of them. This is where some of that brainstorming of different things you want. Try to list at least 10. Make sure that there's some practical in there, but you could just put anything in there, till you both are running dry of any type of ideas. Obviously, you want the individual to take the lead, but you can throw in a few too, if they, to get them started or to maybe keep them going. If it's difficult to identify solutions, ask how someone else would handle the problem. Sometimes it's easier to think about not how you would handle it, but how someone else would handle it. Especially if you're someone who hasn't really thought about taking care of themselves that much and really more focused on caring for others or, how others are doing things. So that's a way to do it. This step is sometimes, this thing to keep in mind for you, this step is often replaced by giving advice, and that's not what you want to do because that'll undermine the individual's sense of self-efficacy and empowerment. We want to keep the potential consequences of each solution in mind, but we don't want to jump to any judgment about any type of solutions. We want to write them all down on the worksheet. Feel free to be as creative and humorous in approaching this question. You know, this is just this exercise about opening up all the possible solutions, even if they're unrealistic. They don't have to be realistic, although you want a few that are realistic on the list. There's no judgment in this process. You don't want to say to them, well, that's not going to work. You let them throw out whatever. This phase is really to get your brain thinking about different ways. It's a playful approach to really help the person start becoming more creative in how they can do it. If they have difficulty, like I said, you can ask how somebody else would do it, but make sure that there's at least 10, and hopefully there should be at least 3 to 5 that could be practical within the plan. Here's a video that I think kind of addresses it.
Baby steps?
It means setting small, reasonable goals for yourself, one day at a time. One tiny step at a time.
Baby steps.
For instance, when you leave this office, don't think about everything you have to do in order to get out of the building. Just think of what you must do to get out of this room. And when you get to the hall, deal with that hall, and so forth. You see?
Baby steps.
Baby steps.
Oh boy. Baby steps. Baby steps. Baby steps through the office. Baby steps out the door. It works. It works. All I have to do is take one little step at a time, and I can do anything.
The point really of this video is to really show that when we're talking about taking baby steps and building a new skill, it can help keep you from becoming overwhelmed as you're learning that skill. This really kind of illustrates the point that as we're trying to do something, little things like baby steps makes it easier to accomplish what our goal is. And we already did that. Another way to deal with breaking something down into small steps is really using the habit formulation technique of tiny habits. I don't know if any of you have heard this. It's been around for quite a while. It's thinking about how we can change habits by attaching them to something that we're already doing. Okay? And just a small step and building on it. You know, they've got an example here of after I wake up, I'll show my wife some sort of affection. Well, that's not specific enough. We want to say, after I wake up, I'll hug my wife. Or after I go to bed, I'll read one page from my Kindle. Well, that might take too long. You know, I would go to bed, now I have to read a page. You know, that means I have to do these steps of getting my Kindle and turning it on. It might be too much. You know, after I wake up, I'll do 25 sit-ups. Well, that's quite a lot to start with. You know, maybe I'll only do 2 or 3 sit-ups after I wake up. Then I can build to that. Let's not start huge. Reminds me of a friend who was starting a new diet years ago, and she had scheduled out her calendar out her whole day. And I looked at it, I mean, everything down to the minutes. And I said, well, when are you going to be eating? She'll be doing that in the bathtub. I mean, it was too much. And of course it failed. You can't start with over expectations. You want to start with these small little steps. And the one that's highlighted, like after I arrive home, I'll put my keys in the box. That's something you can do. After I get home, I'm going to put my keys here. So it could be whatever new habit you're starting. You know, like before I go to bed, I will make sure that I, stretch or I meditate for a minute. You know, whatever it is, it's something that's attached to a habit you already have.
I teach at Stanford University. My work's all about behavior. I would have never expected that today I would be doing 50, 60, 70 push-ups a day. And this was the equation. After I pee, I will do 2 push-ups. The current where I'm at now, I do 8, but I always do extra credit. So I tend to do 12 or so, and it adds up over the day. When we talk about health behavior change, people are mostly talking about long-term change. When it comes to long-term change, There's only two ways you can get it done. Number one, you can change your environment. That's a reliable way. It also includes your social environment. Changing the environment is a reliable way to change your behavior. However, it can be tricky, especially the social environment with families and coworkers. So there's one other way of changing your behavior long term. It does not have to do with motivation. You already know how to floss all your teeth. That's not what you're lacking. You need to train making it automatic. There's a new way to create habits that is reliable. Now, when we look at health outcomes, what do we want to do? Well, things like lose weight, manage stress, and so on. You need to design for the behaviors that lead to the outcome. And if you take an issue like weight loss, there are many, many behaviors that can contribute to that outcome. And as we create what I call these tiny habits, we will then approach this health outcome in a very reliable way. I've been doing this thing called tiny habits. Now I'm going to apply it to weight loss because I want to lose some pounds. So after creating many, many tiny habits, this is where I am this week. I believe I've made a long-term change. There are three things that have to happen at the same moment to cause a behavior. Number one, there has to be some level of motivation. Next, you have to have the ability to do it. And then there has to be a trigger. And it's these three things together. When they combine at once, then the behavior will also occur. Now, motivation and ability are trade-offs. And this curved line represents that trade-off. And if you're anywhere above the line and the trigger occurs, you will do the behavior. In order to do something that's difficult, you need high levels of motivation. As I looked at my behavior model, I thought, let's go right here. Easy to do. Whether your motivation's high, you'll still do it. Whether it's low, you'll still do it. What I hadn't solved was how do we trigger that behavior? If you use an existing behavior in your life and you put the new tiny behavior after it, you can use the existing behavior to be the trigger. After I will, and you've got to make it super tiny. After I pee, I will do 2 push-ups. After I brush my teeth, I will floss 1 tooth. So I encourage you, look at what you want to change, break it down to tiny behaviors. You don't have to amp up motivation. All you have to do is plan it out and let this natural process emerge. Thanks, everybody.
I'm not quite sure what the pumpkin was for, but this is just a great way of helping people to deal with putting new habits in their problem solving. So the 3 things to remember, as he said, was we have to have a reminder. We have to have that cue for the trigger that starts the habit. We need to have some type of action or routine that is triggering that reminder. And then we have to have a reward for it. Why are we doing this? Is there a reward that we're going to get closer to doing this change? Step 4 of problem solving skills is to really choose and evaluate the best solution. Okay, we made that list. We brainstormed all these things we want to do. Okay, let's go through them and let's see. You can do a list, plus and minus. Which one, what it could be the outcomes of doing this? Is it something that we can actually do? Let's look at these and identify the best solution. Often there is a best solution to combine different options. It might be asking, it might be really looking at what you put down in your brainstorming of what you can do now. It might be a great thing, but you might not be able to do that at this current time. So really looking at what's feasible, what's something that you're interested in doing, and really looking at those pluses and minuses. Then we want to create from those pluses and minuses an action plan. How are we going to start this? Our role is to help them shape their choices that are feasible, practical, and beneficial, even if they're just partially solving the problem. We want them to be able to have success, even if it doesn't totally solve the problem to start with here. It might be that there's, like I mentioned before, it might be to combine different options to meet it. And you might have a couple of great ideas that if you put them together, they have more chance of success than on their own. So we want to ask, okay, what is the way to start the plan? How can they start it? Are there individuals that can help them? Depending on what their plan is there somebody else that can help them doing this? And then we want to really praise them and encourage them, positive reinforcement for creating the plan. Then we want to really look at it and we want to come back. Hopefully, we have another appointment and we come back and we want to really look at the successes. Okay, you set a plan. How did it go? Yay! You did these, you took all the steps and you got there. You followed through with this. If you didn't follow through, what was a setback? What was an issue? And maybe there's some new problem solving we need to do inside this situation or a new situation that has occurred. So we want them to really practice and report back. This video is great. The next video I'm going to show you is great to use with kids, but it's also great with adults because it really talks about the whole process in a way that you can kind of see it, how it flows so easily.
Gotta get to school. I never should have stopped and picked all those blueberries. Whoa!
Hunter, what's going on?
Look at that flooded creek. I'm done for. This is a big problem. I give up.
Wait a minute. Let's talk this through and make sure we understand the problem. Maybe we can come up with a solution.
Well, the problem is that because of all the rain, I can't safely cross the flooded creek and get to school.
Okay, now that we understand the problem, let's see if we can come up with some solutions for getting to school safely.
Let me think. How could I solve this problem and find a way to get to school safely? I got it! Would you fly me over the creek, Eve?
Hunter, I'd love to, but owls can't fly very well in the rain. I'll have to stay under this tree until it stops.
Oh well, I'm stuck. No use trying.
Problems can be tricky, but you're smart. I know that together we can find a way across that creek.
Okay, let me think some more. Well, that won't work. Maybe. Whoa! What if I fall in? My mom said never to swim in rushing water. Yikes! I don't know what to do, Eve. I give up.
Hunter, don't give up. Keep trying.
Well, there is a brand new bridge up the creek. It's a longer walk to school than usual, but the beavers built it high and sturdy, so I'm sure it's safe and not flooded.
Great job, Hunter. I think you've come up with a good and safe solution.
Thanks, Eve. You're right. I'll head that way.
Great! Since I can't fly very well in this rain, I'll walk with you. Boy, what a bridge! This is a safe way to cross the flooded creek.
Yep, and to think I was ready to give up finding a way to get to school safely. But Eve, you reminded me to make sure I understand my problem. Then to think about different ways I could solve the problem. And finally, to not give up if something doesn't work. Just keep trying.
Yep, you stayed flexible, and I'm very proud of you. Have a great day at school. Learn lots.
Thanks, Eve. I already have.
So some of the key points from problem solving in SPR are really to remember to break the problem down into actionable steps before potential solutions are generated. And then to generate many solutions, brainstorming that we can, even if they're not realistic, so that we can really get our creativity going. We're going to go over here a little problem solving exercise, and I want you all to kind of respond in the chat with different ideas and different comments of how you would manage this. Okay, Jared is a 47-year-old male who moved his family to a new neighborhood after the disaster. His wife has not seen her friends since then and misses them. His two elementary school children are sad because it's been difficult for them to make new friends in their new school. And he has one child with special needs who's not getting the services he needs in his new school. He is concerned about his family and is working long hours to make up for financial loss. What is the problem? Can we define the problem? And then set a goal and brainstorm and then evaluate needs. What is the problem? Let's define the problem first. What is the problem? Don, I didn't know owls couldn't fly in the rain either, but even a video will learn something. So what's the problem? What problems do we see in this? Support and connection, connection. The whole family's feeling isolated and struggling with the transition. Yep. Isolation and changes. So why don't we spend a couple of minutes? Looks like we all see the problems, and let's set a goal too. What would our goal be? Yeah, financial concerns, all of these are wonderful, you guys. You can keep putting them in, but also I want you to start thinking, what is the goal? What is the problem-solving goal that we want to get for them? And if that's too hard, I want you to start brainstorming some ideas of things that would help them too in there. What could they do that would help them with the problem solve? Establish a new normal. That's the goal. Establish a new normal. And how can we get there? Work on professional and natural supports. Find sources of connection. Finding resources. Communication. Building connections. Resources. Yeah. Carve out time to connect with old friends and make times with new ones perfect on. Yep. Some of the things when I look at this, I think, okay, we can look at the school too and make sure he's getting services, or how can we help him get services for his son? And connect connect with teacher and social worker. That's right. See what they're doing to connect first. Absolutely. We want to see what they're doing. And then help them with some other connections that they might need. Any other referrals? Like, remember, we're talking in the beginning too, what type of thing we made throughout this whole thing, you're hearing more of their story. There may be the referrals to connect with services that are already out there that you are aware of that you can connect them with, that can help them in building their problem solving goals. School supports, yeah. So as we think of this, what would be some things if we're doing this? Absolutely, case management, social worker. If we're doing this, then we have to be thinking, okay, as we're brainstorming with the individual, you know, how then are we going to, then we'd have to be thinking about these different types of solutions. We can't answer them because we can't evaluate them because we don't know what they would say. But I just want you to start thinking about some of these. Yep, disaster supports that are available. What type of financial assistance are there? Yeah, all good questions. Because we may not know these as we're listening to them doing some problem solving. Okay. We may not know the issue because we're going to hear about these problems for the first time. We might not be aware of what resources are out there, but we want to be, as the coach, thinking about these and thinking, okay, after I leave this meeting too, we can say, I'm going to be looking and seeing too what other resources are out there that might help you. And you can do that and then bring them back to them. Because you might not know, because you're not going to know what their needs are till you have this meeting with them. So do we have any questions for problem solving? If not, we're going to take a break here, and I'm going to have us come back at 10:45 to start the next session. All right?
We're gonna, thank you. We're gonna get started so we can stay on track. We're a little bit ahead of schedule, which is nice. This next section that I'm gonna do is going to take an hour. So 10:45 to 11:45. We are gonna be working on the module around managing reactions. So folks who have experienced something distressing, whether it's a disaster, a critical incident, in the aftermath of that, we would use psychological first aid to help people manage the immediate aftermath and figure out how they need to get connected to resources to move forward. And then we would use skills for psychological recovery weeks, months, sometimes even years after the incident that occurred. I do just want to note that I think the unsaid thing right now is there's a lot happening in Minnesota. We're all aware of it. And regardless of people's individual feelings about what is happening, there is a lot of trauma that is happening for folks that are living statewide, but especially in Minneapolis right now. People who have a lot of trauma that is stored in their bodies and in their minds from things that happened in 2020 in the same neighborhood. And so I do just want to acknowledge, recognize, lift up our folks who are here today who are currently living through that while they're doing this training, who are supporting folks who are living through that, and who are going to be able to use a lot of these skills going forward to help themselves and to help others. I do want to let folks know that I can't really see the chat while I'm presenting, so I encourage you to just jump in and let me know if something is going on that I can respond to. I'd welcome that. All right, here we go. Maybe. All right, so the objectives for this module, Managing Reactions, is to understand what disaster or crisis stress reactions are, and what I think is the most important point here, the role of resilience. Learning skills for psychological recovery, skills to manage stress reactions, and to be able to coach another person in steps to manage their own reactions. So we're going to talk for a few slides here about different kinds of stress reactions that are common. The red circles are things that are difficult to deal with, hard things, distressing things that are common for people to experience. And the green circles are more positive things or strengths that can come out of those kinds of stress reactions. I also want to just acknowledge sort of overlapping traumatic experiences that people have in their lives. So people who maybe are refugees and grew up in war zones who are then dealing with upheaval in their communities. It gets a little messy in terms of what those stress reactions look like because our brains and our nervous systems are not straightforward. That being said, if we are applying skills for psychological recovery ethically and responsibly with communities and their feedback about what is useful for communities, and if we are considering the person first and what the person in front of us is telling us they need, these skills will be useful. So cognitive stress reactions that are common are things like intrusive thoughts, worries, blaming myself, ruminating. I can't stop thinking about aspects of what happened. Decreased productivity, not being able to get started and stay started on tasks that I normally would be able to. Difficulty making decisions, feeling confused about things that I maybe wouldn't have been confused about in the past. The flip side of that, the resilience factors that we see coming out of surviving these kinds of stress reactions are connecting with my own determination and resolve, having a sharper perception of the things that are happening around me and being more aware, having increased intuition about how to keep myself and others safe, being courageous, being optimistic, feeling inspired, and having an increased connection with faith. Faith in a spiritual power, faith in others, faith in the community. Physical stress reactions that folks may experience are things like fatigue, headaches, muscle aches, stomach aches, increased heart rates, difficulty sleeping, nausea, shakiness, clumsiness. At the outset of our presentation today, I noted that I am a community-based therapist, so I work with folks who have very complex mental health conditions, psychosis overlapping with trauma, and I work with them in their homes. In the last couple of weeks in Minnesota have been a big challenge for folks who are already dealing with fear and paranoia, but may have their own traumatic histories as well. I'm seeing a lot right now, specifically of this shakiness, and I'm not quite sure if others are experiencing this, but a lot of my folks are finding that they are experiencing, typically as they're falling asleep, really dramatic body shakes. That's a physical stress reaction. It's our body sort of getting all of the stress and anxiety up to the surface and out as we are going into this very vulnerable state of sleep. If people are telling you they're experiencing this, this is a thing that people experience. And the resilience factors with that would then be being more alert, feeling more ready to respond if something else were to occur, having increased energy and the adrenaline rush. I don't know if there are a lot of first responders here, but when I do work with first responders, that adrenaline rush and being kind of addicted to that adrenaline rush is something that gets talked about. You know, the purpose of that, I use the phrase addiction in quotes, of that addiction is that it counterbalances these hard things over here. It counterbalances the stuff that is in the red circle, but it's not sustainable. Emotional stress reactions include shock, sorrow, grief, feeling ashamed or guilty, sadness, anger, numbness, irritability, and fear. And the resilience factors then are feeling, on the flip side of that, maybe someone is feeling more inspired or more involved in their family or community, feeling like this, getting through this is a positive challenge, being able to be mobilized to do more or to be more effective, feeling grateful for still being alive, for having the help that someone has. Social stress reactions are things like isolation, withdrawal, feeling numb towards others, feeling overwhelmed, getting in conflicts with others. We saw a lot of this during the COVID-19 pandemic. People reporting just months and months of feeling really numb towards others due to being overwhelmed and needing help coming out of that. And Skills for Psychological Recovery was actually really helpful in my own practice as a therapist, but also just the coaching that I've done to help people sort of get back online after those feelings of numbness. And the resilience factors would be things like being more generous and altruistic towards others, feeling more connected with the community, having appreciation that family and friends are precious and important. And the reason that we go over these is, first, for all of us to understand how these things can come up, but for us to be able to normalize the experiences of the people that we're coaching. You know, I think it's safe to say that everybody who is here today has an interest and an awareness and a curiosity about this work in general, about mental health support for communities following critical incidents and disasters. Probably most people here have a lot of self-awareness and insight into their own experiences in their lives and how they may fall into these domains. But it is not common for most people just in communities to be able to look at these things from a bird's eye view when they're happening to them and to be able to say, oh, I am experiencing numbness towards others, right? Like that's not real life. So we are able in this role as a Skills for Psychological Recovery coach, we are able to help people sort of take a few steps back and say, hey, these are things that people might experience in these moments. Does any of this resonate for you? And instead of saying, I see that this is happening to you, say, what are you noticing? And are these reactions distressing to you? Are these reactions things that I can support you in moving through in an adaptive way. So the authors of Skills for Psychological Recovery, this is an evidence-based set of skills that help people post-disaster recovery. But we have certainly in our own practice noticed that it is useful in a lot of different situations that maybe wouldn't be sort of classified as a disaster in and of itself. So as you're learning about this, I encourage you to think flexibly about where you can apply these skills and the teaching of these skills in your work, but also in your life. So the authors of SPR examined factors that are consistently related to people being more resilient. And, you know, when I think about Skills for Psychological Recovery, I think of it as a toolbox to help people access their own brilliance and their own wisdom and leverage the brilliance of their communities and their cultures to build and maintain the resilience that they need to recover from whatever happened, but to be stronger for the next time as well. So when we're talking about building resilience, there are factors that sort of predict resilience in individuals and in communities. Having restorative social connections, looking beyond what's happening right now to the future, accepting the thing that has happened and trying to be mindful about the current situation, focusing on what is needed right now and not becoming anxious about things that might happen in the future. And as you hear those things, you can go, yeah, that sounds great. How do I get there? Well, how we get there is by practicing these skills for psychological recovery and building our internal toolboxes that we can use in these moments. Other factors in resilience include setting realistic goals and being able to take decisive actions to accomplish them. Looking to learn from the situation, developing confidence in yourself as a result. Something that I have learned in this work over the years is that something I hear people say often when they're sort of moving from that place of needing psychological first aid or crisis response and into, all right, I'm ready to make meaning out of this. I'm ready to make this whole thing mean something to me. People who do well and end up being supports for their families and their communities are able to look at what they've been through and say, I did that. I got through that. I can probably get through something else. That's really what this is about. Taking a broader perspective on the situation that happened and on life, finding and maintaining an optimistic perspective and mindset, being able to practice gratitude where possible, building relaxing and meaningful activities into your schedule. This is something that we'll talk about in this module, but then also later when we're talking more about self-care. In my personal therapeutic practice, we call these wellness activities, and they are individualized for people. So I have a guy right now that I work with who has really serious mental health conditions, multiple, and lives alone and has some cognitive issues as well. And he is very, very scared about the things that are happening in Minnesota right now. And he has some paranoia about it additionally. And I was over there yesterday and we were talking about, you know, what are your wellness activities that you are focusing on? And for him, they are drawing, painting, playing music, like on an organ or on a accordion, because it is Minnesota, and getting some walking in. And the physical activity part is hard because everything here is very snowy and icy right now. And so we really worked on strengthening his wellness activity priorities that really give him the most benefit and reduce the distress that he's feeling the most, and then explored options for getting him back to the things that he wants to do that he can't because of weather conditions, driving conditions, whatever. If you have in your head that helping someone in a situation like this is deeper than that, or more important than that, or more complicated than that, that is a bias that you can challenge in your own practice and say, what do I think I need to be doing that is more useful than helping this person access and optimize their own sense of what they need in this moment? And skills for psychological recovery help us really hone in on how we can contribute to somebody's individual experience using, like I said earlier, their own knowledge of themselves and their own brilliance. It's really important to remember that resilience means that somebody bounces back eventually. So as you are providing skills for psychological recovery coaching to someone, you may not see big gains, right? Like you're not gonna meet with somebody 1 week and then meet with them again the next week and their world is better and everything's different. That's not real. This person may come back in 3 months and say, I didn't realize how much goal setting was going to change my life, but it really did. And it's got the ball rolling. I just saw when that came up that there are some comments in the chat. I'm going to see if I can see them. Don't jinx it. My thanks, Dawn. Trauma, the impact of trauma happening and like I said, overlapping traumas, especially childhood trauma, complex PTSD, and you know how our nervous systems wire prenatally, right? And all the way through childhood into adulthood impacts our capacity for resilience, particularly after a traumatic experience that feels life-threatening, and recognizing that no two people are going to have the same capacity for doing this work. And our role as the coach is to individualize the application of these skills to meet someone in the moment. Yeah, Don, it might seem small, but to them that could be everything. Yeah. Okay, apparently I can see these occasionally. So let me get us back where we're supposed to be. Sorry. I don't know if that's what's happening. All right, hold on, guys. The minute I try to get fancy, I mess it up. Hold on. Let's go back. There we go. Sorry, friends. Thanks for your patience. Okay. All right. So, rationale for managing reactions. I want to be very explicit when I talk about this, that there are broad individual, gender, and cultural differences in how reactions to stressful events show up. And it is not my job as a disaster responder or as an SPR coach to have any judgment at all about what that is. How I react to traumatic events is a function of how my nervous system wired, all of the experiences that I've had in my life, all of the protective factors that I've had in my life that have made it possible for me to stay calm and stay safe in certain situations that do not necessarily apply to people that have not had the same privileges that I, as a white cisgender woman, have had. I feel it's really important for us when we're doing this work to be able to examine our own privilege and bias in order to understand how to apply skills for psychological recovery to individuals in communities that are different than our own, so as not to do harm. The rationale broadly for learning strategies to manage reactions is to reduce distress. It's to reduce suffering. And when I'm out in the field and I'm feeling a little lost in the sauce, which happens to all of us, I come back to that principle. Am I helping this person to reduce their suffering? Because if I'm not, I need to change what I'm doing. So during stressful times, many people experience reactions that they may find distressing. They can affect mood, decision-making, relationships. daily functioning and health, and reactions to stressful situations and to reminders can really add to already feeling bad. Learning skills to manage reactions can help with all of those areas. And because Skills for Psychological Recovery is individualized, learning skills is an individual endeavor. So we are going to learn a variety of skills that can be applied, but your field manual, your SPR field manual, is chock full of other skills that we're not even going to talk about today that you can read through, apply to your own life. I really, really recommend practicing all of this on yourself first, and seeing what you feel competent to share with people when you are in a coaching relationship with them. So when we meet with somebody, we're going to explain that rationale for managing reaction. We're going to say something like, I have access to a wide range of skills and strategies that I think can help you suffer less right now. And I'd like to help you figure out what your priorities are, what the most distressing reactions that you're having are. We're going to figure out the triggers to them together. And then I'm going to teach you some skills to address those reactions that are causing you the most suffering and distress. So right now, in this training today, we're going to learn 3 different skills that are really useful kind of broadly, in my opinion. And we encourage you to modify those on an individual basis as well. So we're going to teach calming skills, how to put thoughts and feelings into words, in managing reactions to reminders of the incident that happened. And then I would say to the person that I'm coaching, and then we're going to create a plan to manage this reaction. If you would like to go to your SPR manual on page 37, that is where you can start finding resources. I will say that I am aware that flipping in the SPR manual between sort of what are the resources and the worksheets that we're using, and then what are the skills in the back, it can get challenging. When I'm doing this work in the field, I have an actual binder that I bring with me. I put some tabs in it to help me navigate it. That's not weird or nerdy. I think that's useful. So no one here in this training today expects you at all to be able to figure out how all of this fits together today. Our hope would be that you would spend some time with this after you've learned some of these skills and figure out how to apply them to your own work. So this worksheet that you can use with people that you're coaching is on page 106. This is just a screenshot of it. But step 1 to identifying distressing reactions and triggers is to say something like what it says here. The combination of triggers, reminders, and chronic stress can create intense physical and emotional reactions that make it hard for you to stay calm. If you learn to manage these distressing reactions, you can reduce their negative effects on your decision-making, on your interpersonal life, on your daily functioning, sleep, and physical health. And you can also reduce the risk of substance abuse or other coping responses that are not helpful for your broad life. So the first thing that we would do with somebody, and we do this side by side, is describe the stressful situation and the reaction that is bothering you the most. Now, I am always just blown away by people's personal narratives of what happened. And I want to really validate that for the vast majority of us, we don't know what to do if somebody sort of unloads the whole story beginning to end about what they experienced. You're not supposed to know what to do with that. What you're supposed to do is help them contain that. So I usually say things like, I'm really encouraging you not to tell me the entire narrative of what happened, because we do not have these skills in place to help you with that right now. You can say, there was an earthquake, I was trapped in my house, and it was terrifying. That is describing a stressful situation. There was a flood, and I couldn't get to my daughter, for a day, and I was terrified for both of us. Good enough. That's great. What we really want to focus on here is, what distressing reaction are you having that is bothering you the most? And so this is where we have a conversation. This is where we might say, let's just chat. Like, tell me what's going on. Tell me what you're experiencing. And so somebody might say, well, at least a few times a week, I can't sleep through the night. It's making it hard to get to work on time, and I'm worried about losing my job. Because I'm not sleeping, I am pissed off all the time at everybody in my life, and I'm letting them know it, and they're getting annoyed with me. I'm scared I'm going to lose my family. Okay. There's a lot of distressing things there that are bothering you a lot, but the core of that sounds like it might be the sleep. Is that right? Am I getting that right? And the person probably would be like, yeah, let's start there. So then we're going to use some of our skills that are, in our field manual and also in our brains, right, to help somebody sleep better. We're going to work on some of this stuff a little later today, but I'm just giving an example. We want to have the person, if they can, describe to us, okay, what's been happening and how have you tried to reduce these distressing reactions? Did it work? Did any part of it work? Then we move to Appendix D, which is page 105 in your field operations guide. Look at all of these different things that we can use for managing reactions. There's lots of different things. There's a managing reactions worksheet. That's what we were just looking at. Breathing exercises, learning about and managing post-traumatic stress reactions. All of these different things are available to you in your manual. And I usually, depending on the situation that I'm going to, print a couple copies of the ones that I'm most comfortable using and bring with me so that I can offer a selection. I do want to note that there will likely be some situations where you meet with somebody and you immediately start feeling overwhelmed by how much they have going on. They don't have one or two things that are bothering them. Everything is falling apart. Everything is intense. They may be having a lot of really intense anger that feels overwhelming to you. This is kind of a therapy trick that you can use. If I'm feeling overwhelmed, that is me being a mirror for the person in front of me, being overwhelmed. The question is, am I the right person in this moment? And is this the right setting to try to address any of this? Or do I need to help move this person along to somebody that is more skilled than I can be or has more resources than I can have in this moment? So I do want to draw your attention to the importance of knowing what your local resources are for helping somebody who is very overwhelmed, may or may not have a diagnosis of post-traumatic stress disorder following the thing that happened, may not have been able to access any care since it happened, and so may need some intensive care to deal with that overwhelm, whether it's emotional or whether it is needing services, needing case management, needing somebody who specializes in the kind of care that they need. Please do not ever feel ashamed for getting somebody to the right person. When you do that in a way that we call a warm handoff, I'm going with you and I'm going to help you access them, and I'm going to make sure that you're going to be able to get what you need, and I'm going to follow up with you to make sure that you got what you needed. That is care. That is modeling care. And a nervous system that is really stressed out is very responsive to being able to feel cared for. That is what this is. That is helpful. That is part of skills for psychological recovery. If somebody is so overwhelmed that they can't stay present in the moment with you because they are focused on 100 different things, their mind is racing, they're ruminating, they're dissociating, or they're having trauma reminders that are putting them back into the trauma in the moment, that is not your role to deal with that. Do you have trained mental health professionals on hand and that you can access in that moment. You need to know ahead of time. Do you have mental health crisis teams that can talk to this person on the phone or come out? You need to know that ahead of time. It is absolutely our role to contain what we can for people and give them some skills that they can use. But this is not an acute mental health intervention. This is skills development and coaching. Was there something in the chat? I don't want to get lost again. Does somebody want to jump in and let me know if there's something in the chat that you'd like me to respond to, please? Okay, I'm going to come back through and look at those later. I really appreciate the feedback. I'm sorry that I am not savvy enough here to be able to figure out how to do that and keep us going. So that's on me. Okay, so this is Appendix D. So going back to what we were talking about a minute ago, you're going to ask the individual, have you had any experience with these ways of managing reactions, right? So we're going to talk about with the person about different strategies for managing reactions. Some people have a whole list of things that they've done, prayer, quilting group, whatever, right? And some people feel like they've got nothing, like nothing works, nothing has worked. Some people may be so overwhelmed they can't even begin to identify what might work. So you're going to ask, we need to figure out what you can do to feel better, right? That's what you're here for, is you want to feel better. So let's list the skills that you can use to help reduce the distressing reaction. And we can use that sort of appendix guide to say, what about any of these? Do any of these look like anything? And then we're going to review the handouts on the specific reactions to help you make your list. And then we're going to ask an important question. Which one of these skills would you prefer to learn first? Continually providing choice, not overwhelming choices, but choice is resilience building. Allowing a person to have control over their recovery and encouraging it and coaching them that they can do it and that you have confidence in them and saying things like, look what you've overcome already, helps build resilience, but it also helps them come back online. It gets that prefrontal cortex, that thinking part of their brain, back online and pulls them out of traumatic reactions that make them feel like everything's hopeless and they are helpless. Which one of these skills would you prefer to learn first? And then we're going to teach skills to manage reactions. So using handouts and worksheets, we're going to teach these different skills that we have access to. Calvin and Hobbes, never in the history of calming down has anyone ever calmed down by being told to calm down. That is about me. So if you look through in your field guide there, if you look through some of these handouts and worksheets, you'll sort of already know what feels good to you, what feels right to you. We're going to learn a couple of them right now. So breathing retraining is actually something that I have been extensively trained in my other work. It is an extremely effective evidence-based intervention to help the traumatized body come back online and feel like we can control things again. It is important to tell them that it will take time to feel comfortable with this skill. I, because of who I am, also say this is going to feel really dorky. Like this is going to feel really, really dorky. You are going to feel ridiculous doing this. And also it helps. And then I tell people I use it all the time, which is true. So I'm going to ask if have you ever learned any relaxation techniques before? How did they work? You're going to get a mix of answers. Some people will say, yeah, I don't do any of that crap, and some people will say, oh yeah, I use breathing techniques all the time. With the breathing retraining, one of the things that we're going to learn is that the best way to reduce anxiety reactions is to take a normal breath in and then exhale slowly. And that is the exact opposite of what most people believe, because when we see things on TV or in the movies and they say, oh, you need to calm down, take a deep breath, that is ingrained. in our collective psyche that that is the way to do it. And that is not actually what works. The best way is to take a normal breath and then exhale slowly. So we're going to give them the breathing handout and encourage them to practice it. And this is a video on a breathing technique. This is, I don't think this is the exact same breathing technique, but when we do breathing retraining, and I think we do have a slide here that I'll get to in a second, you need to show them how to do this. So in the SPR manual on page 42, we have the instructions for doing this. This is going to be tough if you haven't done it before, because like I said, it goes against everything that we all think is useful. I'd like to encourage you though, right now. I think we should do it together. Again, it feels very dorky, and it is even dorkier to demonstrate it, but it actually works, much to my chagrin. So I'm gonna talk to you like you are the person I'm coaching, so you can hear what it would sound like. So I'd like you, if you're able to get comfortable in the chair that you're sitting in, and sit so that your back is fully supported. You got to be sitting upright so that you can get the full benefit of the breathing in and out. And I want you to uncross your hands, your arms, your legs, and to the best that you can, we really want to find a way to feel in our bodies that there is no tension because of the way that we're sitting. Put your feet flat on the floor so that you can feel the ground supporting you underneath. And then I want you to keep your eyes closed or open, whatever feels better and safer for you. I usually say, I'm going to keep my eyes open. I'm not going to be watching you do it, but my eyes are going to be open. So in case you're feeling stressed about, is anybody going to walk up behind us? I'm keeping you safe right now. So you can do this, and I'm keeping you safe with my eyes open. What I'd like you to do is to take a slow, small breath in through your nose with your mouth closed to the count of 5. And I want you to focus on extending your belly while you breathe in slowly. And then we're going to pause for 5 seconds while you hold that breath. And then, and this is the magic part, we're going to exhale slowly through your nose or your mouth to the count of 7. And you're going to say a soothing word to yourself as you breathe out. A lot of people use the word calm. So this is what it would look like. I am sitting comfortably. My feet are on the floor. I'm sitting upright to the best that I can. And I'm going to take a slow, small breath in through my nose. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and hold it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then I'm going to exhale and say the word calm to the count of 7. Calm. And you can say it very quietly. Do you notice that your chest is not as tight? Immediately, your chest is not as tight. We're going to do this 5 or 6 more times. And then I would coach them on doing it. You pay attention to how they're doing, but 5 or 6 more times. And then I would say, okay, I want you to do this on your own, at your own pace, 1 or 2 more times. And then return to your normal breathing. The breathing handout for this is on page 107, and we want to encourage people to practice this, particularly when you are not super stressed, so that you can use it naturally during times of stress. When we do trainings, I often say that I'm a survivor of significant trauma, and I did not learn the right stuff after my trauma. I suffered with PTSD for many years that really made everything hard. And I was still suffering from it when the 35W bridge collapsed, and I was actually down by the river. I was in college with a class right after the bridge collapse, and it really flared up traumatic responses that I thought I had under control. And having the right breathing technique, even if it's weird or dorky, would have made a huge difference in my ability to tolerate being in my body and feeling like I had some control. So that's why we have this. Okay, I want to give a chance for, are there any questions in the chat? And maybe Nancy or Tim, you can read them out if there are any questions about this breathing technique. This breathing technique is specifically from the literature around breathing retraining or breath retraining by Jen Gottlieb, Gottlieb. And I do this with all of my clients with psychosis, and they find it very helpful to get through distressing hallucinations as well. So it's widely applicable. Anything I need to pay attention to in the comments?
Nope.
Thanks, Nance. Okay, we're going to watch this quickly. This is a brief video of a breathing technique by Kelly McGonigal. It's called the Power Breath Mind Hack. And I'm hopeful that you'll be able
A lot of people are very familiar with the technique of slow breathing or deep breathing to try to relax. But it turns out there's a breathing technique that is more effective than that. I call it the power breath. And the way you do it is that you exhale for twice as long as you inhale. There's a simple reason why this form of breathing helps switch your body into that calm and connect, rest and digest state, which is that when you are naturally calm, when you are naturally resting and not thinking about your breathing, that is the breathing pattern that your body adopts. So you're basically fooling your brain and body into thinking that you're already calm and connected, that you're already at rest by breathing the way you would be breathing if you were naturally in a state of calm and connection.
Okay.
A lot of people.
This is a video about how to teach breathing skills to a child, and it's wonderful. This instructor is wonderful.
Close your eyes. Take a slow, deep breath in through your nose. As the air comes in, imagine it is air that is your favorite color. Say to yourself, in with a good, relaxing pink. Hold it for a few seconds, then let it slowly out of your mouth. Imagine that you are breathing out the tense or afraid feelings. You are breathing out gray. There is no room for the gray when you breathe in the pink. In with the good pink air. Relax as it goes in. Out with the gray air. Let it out slowly. Begin to feel your arms and legs start to get loose as the beautiful color air fills your body. In with the pink air. Out with the gray air. In with the pink air. Out with the gray air. Now your stomach and shoulders are starting to feel loose and relaxed. Slowly and deeply, in with the pink air, out with the gray air. In with the pink air, out with the gray air. Now your head, face, and neck feel relaxed and filled with good air. In with the pink air, out with the gray air. Relax. Think of yourself filled with good, relaxed air and good feelings. In with the pink air, out with the gray air. In with the pink air, out with the gray air. Relax. Think of yourself filled with good, relaxed air and good feelings. Practice breathing again. And then slowly open your eyes and keep the good feelings with you.
Isn't that nice? I love that one. I do that color breathing with clients who, like in my therapy practice, with clients who maybe have some adults who have some cognitive challenges, but I could also see doing this where there's a language barrier between me and the person that I'm coaching. Ideally that would happen with that person would have access to a coach who speaks their language. That's what we would want. Or that there would be a really highly skilled interpreter available. That is what should happen. And also it's not what always does happen. And so I encourage us to really be familiar with all of the different skills that we've got in our manuals, because we can apply them broadly. I could absolutely see doing this color breathing with someone where I maybe only have a few words of their language and their colors, and we're going to do something to help them feel better right now while we're waiting for more culturally appropriate care to come.
Close your eyes.
Okay, so there are a number of mobile apps that are available that can teach people calming skills, that can teach you calming skills, and that you could use in the field with people. So just drawing your attention to a few of these, and I'm sure there's many more now. Always use these ahead of time and practice them to make sure that they're what you want. Don't be trying to figure that out on the fly. This is from the National Center for PTSD Mindfulness Coach. Everybody sees ads all the time for the Calm app, right? Actually useful. My Headspace. Take a break. Doze. Later, we're going to talk about self-care for responders, for coaches. You know, something that I keep in my mind when I'm making decisions about whether or not to deploy or whether or not to accept a request to coach somebody is, am I ready? And I really try to live by the mantra, stay ready so I don't have to get ready. And that applies to like my go bag and, you know, having meds on hand and all of that stuff. But for me, I really apply stay ready so I don't have to get ready to my nervous system. So I do a lot of mindfulness work in my own life. I have a mindfulness meditation that I do. I do use some apps sometimes to help get calm and stay calm. But my usefulness to others and my utility on the scene of a disaster response depends primarily on my nervous system and my ability to show up and apply all of these things that I know. And if I'm not in a place to do it, I shouldn't be there. And so one of the ways that I stay ready so I don't have to get ready is by continually attending to my nervous system. And we'll learn more about that later. Another strategy that you can use with people is putting thoughts or feelings into words. This can be very, very difficult. I come from a family where we were able to say what we were feeling and, you know, scream it at each other and whatever. But a lot of people do not come from a childhood where emotions, feelings were things that they were given language for a lot of different reasons. And so this is another option where you can be really flexible about what works best for somebody, but helping them name it helps them tame it. Helping somebody name what they are experiencing, the distressing reaction, is pretty necessary to figure out what we're going to do about it. So writing or drawing allows the organization of thoughts and a better understanding of what has happened, and it gives us a shared way to communicate about it. It also teaches folks those resiliency strategies, how to cope with memories and concerns more effectively. If I can identify what I am experiencing, I can get help for it. If I can't identify what I'm experiencing, it is going to come out sideways. This also helps us to identify key concerns for us to discuss. You know, people who have experienced disaster or critical incidents, they might have intrusive memories or concerns that came up since their experience. They might be things that are happening now, or, and this is often the case, they might be things that happen in the future. And so we are really helping them contain what is being experienced now and prepare for what they might experience in the future. Because what we all know is that experiencing the effects of trauma is not linear. It's not a straight line. We come and go from what happened to now. Our healing and coping and our capacity change over time. And we are further impacted by the rest of our lives and how that layers over what we've experienced. So giving people strategies to put their thoughts and feelings into words or into pictures is giving them a life skill that is going to help them well into the future with what already happened and what may come. They can put words to and make sense of their feelings. And writing especially can help reduce the intensity of strong feelings because it feels less like a mess in your brain and more black and white on a page. Now, we want to be very aware that folks have different levels of literacy. They have different levels of handwriting ability. Something that I can share with you from my work is that folks who are on intense antipsychotics and mood stabilizing meds often experience hand tremors, and handwriting is very, very, very difficult, extremely difficult for them. A lot of folks who have schizophrenia also have dysgraphia. And so getting the words from the brain onto paper in a legible way is going to be exceptionally difficult for them. So my advice to you is to just lead the conversation with, what are the reasons that we try to do this? You know, what is the rationale for doing something like this? And what feels all right to you? And let's figure out how to make it work based on what feels best to you. We can write or draw about painful memories or losses, a disaster-related experience. We can draw or write about concerns about things that have happened since the difficult experience and about concerns about the future. This may not be appropriate for everyone because some people might not yet have the skills to manage distress that arises when they start writing or drawing. I personally do not think that this is necessarily the best strategy to use with people who have feelings of extreme guilt about something that they may have done or not done that caused harm. People who have active suicidal thoughts, this is not often appropriate for because it is not helping to contain what they're experiencing, it's expanding it. And in a role as an SPR coach, you are not in a position to bring them back from that expansion. Somebody who is experiencing active suicidal ideation needs to be working with a crisis counselor who can help with that. People who have a history of psychiatric conditions, and I would say specifically psychosis or mania would be two that I would really think of. This can get things expanded into territory that you're not really qualified for or capable of handling in that moment. And so use this judiciously, but know that this is a great skill builder. So we're going to watch this. I think it's just listening to it, actually.
This man, Dr. James Pennebaker, 25 years ago, was doing research into post-traumatic stress disorder. And he noticed that people, his research supported what we've known since the 1950s, that people who have had exposure to stress are much more likely to develop minor and major illnesses, that the stress worsens disease. But he also noticed this really interesting phenomenon, which was that if the people had had the stress and never talked to anyone about it, never expressed themselves, that they were much more likely to develop major disease. So he began to do experiments with this. He did an experiment with students where some of them wrote for 20 minutes on just a general topic, and others wrote on topics that really distressed and dismayed them, traumatic events that had happened to them. And then he tracked their health over the next few months. And for all you overworked healthcare providers in the audience, you'll be delighted to hear that people who wrote about what distressed and dismayed them were 43% less likely to visit the doctor for flus and upper respiratory illnesses. He published his findings. Other people got really interested and they began doing other studies. They found that writing about what distresses and dismays you increases your white blood cell count and your immune system. It reduces pain for people with rheumatoid arthritis. It reduces symptoms of asthma. It reduces depression and anxiety across the boards pretty much. It was positive outcomes. And I have seen it with the people I write with. They feel better. They claim themselves.
So that's more rationale for doing it. So here's what we do. We instruct the person that we're working with to start writing about whatever is troubling them in as much detail as they can, and to try to include detail about feelings and things that they may be thinking and saying to themselves. Try to keep writing for 30 minutes. This may be a gargantuan task. So that's sort of the magic number, but any amount is better than none. Try to keep writing for an extended period of time, and then we're going to repeat it several times because new things will come up each time. So we're going to expand what we're able to write about regarding what is troubling them in more detail, the more attention that we give to it. We instruct the person that the thoughts that come in your mind while you're doing this, they're important, and they're important to explore and understand because they are linked to the distress that you are experiencing. And each time we do the exercise, we want to build in new helpful thoughts. So if this person doesn't feel comfortable writing, they can speak into a voice recorder, telling a story, drawing a picture, making a piece of art, writing or recording a song or a poem or a video. And we want to make sure, we want to have the person the first time practice with us to make sure they know what to do. Now, my background and my work is as a trauma therapist, so I need to say this very clearly. Someone who is experiencing unmanageable distress while doing this needs to be pulled back, contained, supported, and potentially brought to see somebody who is more of a crisis therapist or a trauma therapist to help them build the internal resources necessary to manage distress enough to be able to do the activity. There is a line between tolerable distress that pushes me into healing and pushes me forward, and intolerable stress in which I am fully reliving the experience that I had and I can't get out of it. If you are not sure what is happening, this is where it's appropriate to seek some clinical supervision from somebody on site who is helping to manage this situation, from your clinical supervisor, or certainly one of us that is doing the training today. We are not trauma therapists in this role. We are not doing trauma therapy. We are not doing trauma work. We are helping people access their inner wisdom and brilliance to build resilience and strength that they can take forward. And if it starts expanding beyond that, we have an obligation to help them stay safe. And we need to know how to do that by knowing what our community resources are and staying with that person until we can get them access. This next one is skills to recognize and manage triggers. So individuals might be triggered by many different experiences and situations. It could be thoughts, memories, feelings, somatic experiences in the body, but it could also be things that are happening outside of them. Learning how to cope with triggers helps you realize that you can have some control over personal reactions. I'll use myself as an example. After the traumatic event that I experienced, I was having very severe PTSD reactions and trauma reminders everywhere I went. I have a distinct memory of being in the Cub Foods on East Lake Street, trying to buy flour because I needed to bake a birthday cake. And somebody walked by who reminded me of a thing that happened to me. And I went into a full dissociative meltdown. I fell on the ground, flour everywhere. I was not there in my mind. I had no idea what was going on, and people were staring at me. And I kind of woke up at some point and didn't understand what happened because somebody walked by me who sort of looked like someone who hurt me, right? That's a trigger. How often do you think I went to the grocery store after that for the next 6 months? Not at all. until I learned how to cope with internal feelings of distress that brought up painful memories, so the triggers for my experience, I felt like I would never have any control over my life again. Learning how to cope with those in therapy, this is long before I was a therapist, it didn't just help me reduce my distress in the moment, it helped me realize that I could live again. And we're helping people get there. That's what we're doing by helping them recognize and manage triggers. I'm aware that it's 11:45 right now. I would like to go for another 5 minutes because we got ahead a little bit just so we can get through some of this. If anybody's opposed to that, speak now.
Yeah, continue on. You can continue till 12 even, and then we can break for lunch.
Okay, thanks, Nancy. I'd like to watch this. So this is a simulation of the woman on the left is meeting with the girl in the pink in a shelter after a big earthquake, and there was another aftershock last night, and that's what they're talking about.
Last night was awful because I woke up and my heart was beating so fast and I couldn't go back to sleep even after the aftershock was over. And I just kept thinking, what if the bookcase had slid into me instead of the wall?
I can imagine that would be pretty scary for you. So one of the things you need is a plan to help you with your reactions to aftershocks. Aftershocks are very common and a strong kind of reminder. They make us remember the danger of the earthquake and even make us imagine worse things that could happen. That's what your heart rate was telling you. The most important thing to be able to do is to find ways to help calm down afterwards.
Like how?
There are a couple things you can do. First, you can tell yourself, it's okay that I feel scared again. The earthquake was pretty scary, and it hasn't been that long ago since it happened. Then you can help yourself by saying, aftershocks are going to happen. It's not the same. It's not like when the earthquake first happened. Then tell yourself how it's different. I know from your father that the apartment building has been inspected, and it's safe to live there.
Yeah.
He also told me that during this week, before you go home, he has had all the furniture, like the bookcases, bolted to the wall. You need to remind yourself of that.
Well, yeah, I'm really glad he did that because I don't think I would want to go home and if I had to worry about the bookcase.
Exactly. I know that while you've been here at the shelter, you and your family have made a family preparedness plan of what to do in case of emergencies. This is another way to think differently if there's an aftershock.
Well, that family plan is a lot more helpful than I thought it was going to be. I feel a lot better about what to do now.
So let's talk now about what you can do for your heart rate. Your body felt like it was in danger, but it really wasn't. It was like a false alarm. I know you're 13 and it doesn't always feel good to let others know if you're scared, but being alone can sometimes make it harder to get your heart rate down. It's okay to say to someone else, that was scary. Even your parents or close friends. I'll bet you have ways to calm yourself down.
Well, yeah, I like to listen to music.
Perfect. Then prepare yourself by having some music you like to listen to and use it. Make sure you choose something that isn't too loud or too fast so it can help your heart rate to go down. Practice that ahead of time. That can help you get back to sleep if you've been awakened by an aftershock. Sound like a good idea?
Yeah, that's cool.
Let's look at other ways we can help you with reminders as you get ready to go back home. Let me explain a little bit more what a reminder is. A reminder is something that happens now that makes you think about and remember the earthquake. Reminders can be places you go, people and things you see, or something you do, like an activity, for instance. Let's talk about a couple of reminders that you might have when you get back home.
Well, I know that our apartment building's safe to live in, but there's still this big crack in the bedroom wall where the bookcase hit. And I don't think I could go to sleep looking at that.
Well, that's also a good example of a reminder you can do something about.
Well, no, I can't because my dad said that the people who own the apartment building are waiting for the insurance people to fix it, and that'll take forever.
Any thoughts of what you can do in the meantime? There has to be something you can do so you don't have to stare right at it before you go to bed each night.
Well, like what? Just not look?
And that would be pretty hard.
Well, I could hide it, right? Like I could put a favorite poster over it or something.
That's a great idea. Just make sure it's big enough to really cover more than just the crack. So it makes it something positive you look at before you go to sleep.
Yeah, that's cool. And it would be great not to see that crack every night.
Perfect. There are other kinds of reminders. They can be something you hear, a physical sensation or feeling. Like if you're having a test at school and feeling nervous, that feeling can remind you of how you felt during the earthquake. How about if we think about one of the types of reminders that might get to you when you get back home? Like TV, for instance.
Well, I don't think I'd want to watch TV about the earthquake, and I don't really know what to do about that because my dad always watches the news.
Maybe we can talk to your parents about that before you go home. You deserve to be able to enjoy some of your favorite programs and to have time with your dad without worrying about being reminded when you don't want to be. Would that be okay?
Yeah, and it's probably good that my dad doesn't watch too much TV about the earthquake either.
You're right. You're a really good learner. You know, it's a good idea to be aware of more reminders when you get home, in your neighborhood, or at school. Just remember some of the things we talked about and try to use them with these other reminders.
I think that's such a great video describing what reminders are, how to explain them to somebody else. You know, the reality is that everyday life can cause reminders of the disaster or the incident that happened, and they can bring up those strong, distressing reactions like worry, fear, frustration, anger, being sad, being scared. We know that experiencing these can contribute to health problems over time. If we look at the social determinants of health that disproportionately impact communities that are living with high levels of chronic stress, we also see that when another stressful event or a disaster happens, there are more chronic health conditions that emerge and require care. And so even if someone who you're working with doesn't understand the need to reduce the distress for now, we're also trying to reduce the impact on health long term. So what we would do with somebody that's in front of us is we would teach them, you can tell yourself this thing that is happening, it's just a reminder of what happened. It's not happening again. We would encourage them to have realistic expectations about kind of what the healing process looks like and how rapidly this problem is going to go away. People tell me all the time, I thought I'd be over it by now. And if we have the rapport to do so, which sometimes you don't, but if we do, I might ask the question, yeah, tell me more about that. Why do you think that? Why do you think that it should be done by now? You can get some good information about sort of individual, family, and cultural expectations about healing from stressful or traumatic events. And you can find ways to help them understand through psychoeducation that these are human experiences happening to human bodies and brains. And so everyone is different, but we can learn skills to recover faster or more thoroughly if we put the effort in through learning and working on these skills for psychological recovery. Teaching people how to put words to strong emotions, teaching people how to change their current experience by improving their breathing, helping people put feelings into words, and teaching them how to recognize triggers that are happening and manage them gives them a lot of power. It gives them power to shift the experience that they're having. It gives them power to understand that what's happening to them is not going to be the rest of their lives. And it gives them the willpower to work through it. That's all really valuable stuff that we get to give people, we get to do, which is why this is such a wonderful intervention to be able to do. So we encourage people, you want to get support from other people. You want to engage in positive activities to remind yourself that you are getting through this. Those are those wellness activities that I talked about. Some people are going to want to use spiritual or religious practices. We want to encourage people to review their own personal strengths, that it's okay to use humor, that we encourage the use of humor, and use relaxation strategies. That breathing retraining is one, but there are many. Then we're going to create a plan to address priority reactions. So this is on your in your SPR manual on page 106. We are going to work with people to identify the specific situations where those distressing reactions are happening, so triggers, and then help them identify through all of the things that you've done with them so far, what can I do before, during, or after the stressful situation to change the way that I'm feeling. And then this bottom part here is really important. If it doesn't work out, you're not broken. If it doesn't work out, you're not a failure. We're just going to find another skill that's going to work better for you. And I'm here to do that with you. So key points from this part are we're going to use handouts as needed. We're going to practice the skills in the sessions that we're with people. And like Nancy said earlier, sometimes you get one session with somebody, but sometimes they tell you you can have one session with them. And then after you get through that first session, they agree to meet with you another time and another time and another time, because you've built the rapport, you've given them something valuable, you feel safe, and you don't feel like a burden. We're going to review the individual's experience using the skills. So if you have the opportunity to see them again, you can do it formally by going through the worksheets, or you can do it informally. Hey, how did that work out for you? Is that breathing working out? Oh, it sounds like maybe we need to practice it a little more. Maybe something got missed in the way I taught it to you, right? We're going to assess if there are any barriers or challenging aspects. And we really want to praise people for the efforts, not the accomplishments. I can see that you tried really hard to do this. Boy, you worked really hard on this, even though you felt like you didn't have any time. And I see you. I am proud of you. Praising them for the effort that they're putting in. If the skill didn't work, we're going to problem solve how it can be improved, or we're going to pick another skill. We are not going to do that. Okay, so I'm coming back to the chat now so we can see any questions, because we've got a couple minutes here and I will definitely be available for more of these. Okay, I'm going from the bottom up. Dawn, can you speak more on identifying when the distress has reached the level where you need to stop and connect with more help? What if the person insists that they're fine and they want to continue? Yeah, here's how I would do that. I would tell them what I'm noticing. I'm noticing that you're shaking uncontrollably. Do you feel that? Do you notice that? I'm noticing that you seem to have gone away somewhere. Did you hear me calling your name? Sometimes when we have traumatic and stressful events happen to us, the way we're suffering gets so big that we don't even realize how big it is. And I really want to help you find somebody that can reduce some of the suffering that you maybe don't even realize you're having. And then we can come back to this later. I am available. We can do this another day or another time. Does that work, Dawn? Noticing what you're seeing. Dawn says the Transcend app is recommended by the NMVRC. Yeah, very nice. Okay. Nancy says the SPR handouts are also available in Spanish. April says, sorry, I should be going from the top. I'm sorry, guys. Okay, let's see. April says a warm handoff makes the most impact. I agree. That's where we're taking somebody, we're saying, hey, this is my friend April. And she really helps people who are having those really big reactions that maybe are so big we don't even realize they're happening. Can I sit down with you and her for a couple minutes and see if you feel okay talking to her? We're going to go together. Yeah, I'm going to go with you. Absolutely. I've got your back. If it doesn't feel right, I'll help you figure out what does. It takes strength and courage to be able to say, I am not the best fit for this person. And can I tell you how much I respect people who can do that? When I'm in a clinical supervision position and someone is able to say that, or to say, I don't know if I'm the best fit for this person, the level of respect that I have, having that not knowing stance, that is so valuable in doing no harm. it takes awareness, because the harm done when it isn't checked can be irreparable. So if you feel unsure, you need to figure it out. And that is where I will just speak to, there is a lot of overlap when what I'm talking about right now. I know it's 12 o'clock, last thought. And what I'm talking about right now, these kinds of skills, there is a huge overlap in these skills and therapy work and like all of it. All of it has a lot of overlap, and it can be very difficult to discern if I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing. I still feel that regularly because I'm sort of walking in a bunch of different worlds when I'm doing this. Supervision. Find somebody that you can talk to about it and explore what you're thinking. Continually challenge your own sense of what you're doing, why you're there, what service you're providing. I'm always asking myself, am I causing harm? I'm going through ethical frameworks in my head to determine where I may be causing harm that I don't even have enough knowledge to realize that I'm doing it. And in lieu of another like 8-hour training on how to do that, I would just say that having somebody that you can consult with, you can check each other, you can be vulnerable with each other, that's your best option when you're out in the field doing this kind of work. Okay, just going back down here. All right, it is 12 o'clock. We are coming back, Nancy, at 12:30.
Yep.
I'm so grateful to everybody for being here. When we come back from lunch, can you just check back in on the chat and let us know that you're here? And I hope you have a wonderful and relaxing lunch. And please reach out if there's anything I can do for you between now and 12:30. Thanks, everyone.
Well, welcome back, everybody. I hope you had a good lunch. Yeah, make sure you check in on the chat. Just drop us a hello, I'm here, go away, something. Put something in the chat. That'll be useful for us. My name is Tim Denny. I live up here in Hallock, Minnesota, so it's cold, white, windy, almost blizzardy here today. So I'm glad to be indoors and talking to y'all. So this is great. We're going to be discussing what on your slide deck says week 4. I realize that an all-day training, it seems like we're actually going into week 4, but this is actually the 4th unit in it, and it's on promoting positive activities. This is really important. Positive activities are essential to people's both short-term, long-term recovery. But it's also, I believe, that these are essential to everyone's well-being and their resilience as they go through. So often we have things handed to us in life, and we don't choose and make our own choices for things that are healthy for us. And so we're really going to be talking about how do we choose healthy choices. They're useful when somebody's gone through a disaster, but they're useful to us ahead of time. As we prepare, as opposed to try to recover later. So let's get going on it. Here's our learning goals for today. We want to understand the benefits of promoting positive activities. We also want to learn how to identify and plan those positive activities. Not one person's positive activities may not be another's. So it's an individualized set of choices that we make, and we're going to talk today about how to help people make those choices that are good for them. Then we want to be able to teach others how to identify, plan, and schedule their own positive activities so that they no longer need our help. One of the goals in counseling is always to try to graduate your clients. And so in this case, with you as coaching someone through recovery, here's your opportunity to move towards graduating them so that they won't need your help anymore. That is a sign of resilience and success on your part. So positive activities make a person feel more in control and that life is normal, even when things are not normal. To be able to do something that comes out of your normal life can like change the channel. It's like grabbing the remote and changing the channel to better programming for a period of time. relieves stress, lets people relax, does all of those things. It helps them feel less sad, less hopeless, less fearful. It restores energy. It can improve mood. It can improve health and well-being. That's really important. Uh, Positive activities, especially if done over time, help us build immunity from stress. We're going to give you some specific examples. And I'll tell you as we go along, the ones that fit in this category, but a great number of the things that we're going to talk about today are things that I actually do every week, some of them every day in my own life. And then these positive activities remind individuals who might feel overwhelmed to make time to do the things that will improve their health and well-being. And that's actually really critical because so much of what is good for us, we won't find the time to do it. We have to make the time. So the rationale for promoting these positive activities. Disasters often disrupt normal routines. They disrupt the activities that provide us purpose, control, pleasure, a sense of normalcy, a sense of I can relax in this environment. And so they cause tension. And it's not just disasters. If you're going through a highly stressful period of time in your life, then these same positive activities can be useful to you. If you have a history of a lot of stress or trauma, these positive activities we're going to talk about can be useful to you every single day. Now, when our minds are flooded with all of these things that we see as emergencies or as difficulties, things that add stress to us, we often stop doing rewarding things. We're too busy. My dad had a saying, I've never forgotten it, that when you're up to your hip pockets in alligators, you don't have time to think about a lot of other things. And that's kind of how it is. When you are busy coping with problem after problem or with one enormous problem, you don't really have time to focus on the things that are healthy for you. Maybe you don't even feel like it. Maybe you're just worn out. And many people are avoiding these things because even stepping away from your recovery efforts in the disaster may be a reminder of the disaster. Maybe the activities somehow might be a reminder of the disaster. So it becomes the all disaster all the time channel in our heads, and it's really hard to break into that. We have to be intentional. People become sad or down or apathetic when they don't engage in rewarding and meaningful positive activities. So planning and doing those positive and meaningful activities can improve mood, restore a sense of control, restore a sense of self-efficacy, and can kind of change that channel so that people can get a break in their emotions and in their cognitions. So how do we explain this to a child? Children are, they don't understand things on an adult level. We slow it way down. We simplify it. Since the disaster, you may have felt like you were filled up with a lot of icky feelings. And you can run those feelings down to them. Sadness, fear, confusion is one that a lot of kids feel. Maybe they don't feel anything. They don't know what they feel. So we can maybe help them, give them some examples. Then we move on from there and we say, I can't make those feelings go away. Wouldn't that be cool if I could? But what we can do is we can work on filling up some of your time with other activities that will fill you with more positive, happy feelings. That's a great way of explaining this to a child. So more of the rationale. Here's the thing. feelings are kind of difficult to change because they're driven by other things. You know, you can feel good in the moment. I was driving to the airport one day and I was happy. I was going out to California where my family lives, and I was going to visit my family right after Christmas. And it was one of those really fun days, you know, when it was 21 below zero at my house when I left to go down to Fargo, get on at the airport. And I was just a couple of miles from the airport and I drove through a snowdrift, and I felt whatever it was that was in the middle of that drift. And as I came out of the drift, I could hear the air escaping from my tires. Now at this point, it's 4:45 a.m. And so I drove it as far as I could to a safe space, pulled over, and sure enough, there was a slice all the way across the tread face in my tire. And you know, I was really happy up till that moment. And then you realize you're going to miss your flight. It's freezing out there. You dress for California, not for 21 below zero. All these things come in, and suddenly the stress and the tension is there. And I noticed right away that my emotions, my feelings were trying to shift very rapidly. And that's what can happen to us. So we can even tell ourselves to feel good, but that's of limited use for most people. But here's one thing we can do. Remember how we said that other forces, when they impact us, are what change our emotions. What if we chose those forces? What if we change our behaviors? Because often changing our behaviors will change our feelings. And you can see the little cycle there, the interaction between thoughts, feelings, and behaviors, and how when we focus on any one of those, it may or may not help us. If we focus on our feelings, it's really hard to change those. But if we focus on our behaviors influence our thoughts, and now our thoughts and our behaviors can influence our feelings. That's some of the rationale behind what we're talking about. Now, kids won't understand that, so we're back to children here. But they do understand filling like a water glass. Now, I can fill that water glass with all kinds of sadness if I only think about the disaster. But what if we did other things? What if we played? What if we listened to music? What if we talked? You know, what if we played a card game? What if there's all kinds of things that we can do that a child would like? And what'll happen is at the end of that, or in the middle of it, probably, they will notice that they're not feeling sad anymore. They may start to laugh. They may start to do happy things with their face and with their bodies. So it's a good thing. Kind of a way to explain that is the video we're going to watch right now. Jody here is a humorist. This is an older video. The sound's got a little sync problem to it. But listen to what she says. It's actually really, really good.
Learn to be like children. Play more often. What is the objective of play? Does anybody know? You're just having fun. There's no objective. You're not trying to do anything to anyone. The great value about play is it puts you in the present moment. In the present moment, there is very little stress. When you're in the present moment, you're not worried about the past or projecting fear on the future. You're right here, right now. That's why they say time flies when what? You're having fun. Children are fantastic at this. How many people here have children that you're willing to admit? Now, when it's time for them to go to bed at night, what's the first thing that they say? Just 5 more minutes, please. I mean, do you ever think to yourself, why? I mean, what can you possibly do in 5 minutes? To a child who's in the present moment, 5 minutes means the world. They're not worried about how much sleep they need, what they're going to wear to school tomorrow. They're in this present moment where time flies. And they're having fun. Children laugh an average of 400 times a day. How often do adults laugh? Not to depress, just to inform. How often do adults laugh? It's 15 to 20.
So clearly, as adults, we need to spend more time in the moment. Maybe we need to play. Maybe we need to stop and listen to music. Maybe we need to grab the remote and change the channel more often so that we can maybe get a little closer to that 400 laughs per day. That would be huge for us. It'd be an amazing benefit just in our everyday living. I do this. I stop and I get my journal out and I write, or I stop and I go out and throw the ball with my dog. That's not going to happen today, by the way. I stop and do things just to break up my day so that I can change that channel and do something that relaxes me. I pick up a book and just read a page or two. Anything like that. Go walk around the house. Those are all things that really help me every day. Here's the benefits of laughter from the Mayo Clinic. Let's see what they have to say to us. Friend down in Springfield, Missouri, stage 4 cancer. They don't really have a pathway to treatment for it because it's a rare cancer that they know very little about. And so I was down there a couple of weeks ago just to do some projects for her. I hung curtains and moved stuff around for her and set up a fire pit and fixed some things. And we worked on our blogs together and we did some things like that. But almost every night we ended the day by having these belly laugh conversations. They were amazing. And when I left, the thing that she said she appreciated most about me being there was the fact that we could laugh so much because she felt so much better. So just think about this. What can we do to increase not only laughter in us and change the channel and do something new, something that takes us out of the future and out of the past and just puts us in the moment for a little bit. If we can figure those things out for ourselves, we're going to be able to help other people do it. They're going to be healthier and we're going to be healthier. Did I shoot too far? Nope. So those are some of the rationales. After we've explained those rationales, now we want to identify some possible positive activities. We want to help people select those activities and then schedule them and get them on the calendar. Something that's not scheduled isn't going to happen, especially if someone's under a lot of stress. So we want to get these things on the calendar with them. Now we have a way to actually help them with some gentle accountability. Here's someone who's going to talk to us about leisure activities and how leisure actually improves our health and our mood. Here we go.
Hi, my name's Denise Hill. I'm a recreational therapist at the Psychiatric Residential Treatment Center for CHI Health. Leisure has a positive effect and a very large effect on mental health. Some of the things that it will help you with is one, let off steam. When you do the physical aspects, it's going to let off some of that energy to help your body relax, help your mind relax. It's going to help you with expressing yourself. You can do that both through creative things. That's going to increase your self-esteem. It's going to increase the enjoyment in life that you have, and to try new things that maybe you didn't think that you would enjoy. Some people will find the calming aspect of Zentangle is something they like, where other people will find that going to the gym and just running on the treadmill as fast as they can are going to be different things that they enjoy. Leisure is so important to stay in your life. It is often one of the first things that as we start to pull back and become more depressed or kind of be swallowed by our mental illness, it's the first thing to go. So make sure that you have leisure things that are set up. A couple tips that I would say would be one, try new things. New things are always going to spark different interests in yourself. You might not like it. It's okay. You don't have to keep going. Just try new things. If you do like it, it gives you more of a social environment that you have. Also, have people around you that know your mental needs or know the things that will help you. They'll be able to see if you're starting to slip or if you're starting to kind of withdraw, that you're able to have them come help you be more engaged. The last tip that I would say would be to have a coping skills. A lot of times our coping skills are leisure aspects, whether it's coping to read, or it might be to journal some of our feelings, or to talk to somebody, to walk around. Make a list, because sometimes when we get into our depression, or we get into maybe more into our head and we're overthinking things, that we often forget what our coping skills are. So maybe have them written on your fridge or on a mirror so that you're able to refer back to them of these are the things that help me, and oftentimes you'll find that those are leisure things as well.
You're getting a good load of video assistance here today. So just think about the things that we've just said in terms of positive activities: leisure, exercise, changing the channel, getting a good laugh in there, connection, connection, connection. Get outside of yourself and connect with other people. You can mix those together. You can mix connection with exercise. You can mix it with one of my all-time favorite things that I do, and that's drink coffee. I'm drinking a dark roast coffee right now. And that, for some reason, I think it's the habit. But when I do that, normally I stop working and just enjoy the coffee. That's a great break. So think about those things for your own life. You can come up with more. We're going to give you more as we go through, but think through what makes me relax, what makes me in the moment, what breaks my train of thought up so it's not so negative. And then that gives you some tips and tools that you can use in helping others. Also, to help others, if you go to page 98 in the workbook that we gave you, I got to flip back to 98. Yeah, here we go. Choosing positive activities. It's up on the slide there, but there's actually multiple pages to this. And so this worksheet, this handout, you can give it to the person, and it's got examples of the activities that they could consider when adding positive activities. And there's a whole list there. They're divided up into categories: indoor activities, outdoor activities, social activities, rebuilding activities. For many of you, building or improving something is actually huge. I mean, how many people feel better when they go through their house and they clean off all the flat surfaces? Or how many people feel better when they're out working in the garden and they spend like a half an hour or an hour working in the garden, or finishing a project, or decluttering a space? all of those things can be rebuilding activities. So think about those, brainstorm with your person that you are coaching, some activities that maybe are triggered by this list. What are some downtime or relaxation activities? What would give them a sense of safety? What would make them feel closer, more connected to a loved one? Remember, connection is huge. What are some things that would help them cope with a new situation? What would increase social time with others? I love Good job, Megan. We're about 6 hours in the garden. Not today. But throwing away all the clutter and pretending I didn't when my husband asked for all of his stuff is okay. So there's a need for counseling right there. But these are the more we invest in this, the better off we are. Thank you for sharing those, Megan. You're making me laugh. So let's look at how to talk to kids about this. Okay, you're going to jump 2 pages down, and you're going to go to page 100. And here's how to do this with kids. Again, indoor activities, outdoor activities, a little more age-specific, activities with others, rebuilding activities. You know, I found that kids like, as much as they've grown, they like a dad joke book, or they like a question book, or they like, if you can find them still, those old Mad Lib books. Those things are huge. And it changes the channel. Kids have to think of words to go in there. They have to do all of that. And then when you read it back, they almost always get an impossible belly laugh. So just finding those types of activities that you can do with kids, really, really important. Page 100 is going to be a great resource for you. Kids are going to come up with their own. Some of them already have their favorite activities that you could go to. By the way, I sit down on the floor with kids and do stuff with them. When they're struggling, I sit down, I'll read them a book. I have them show me all of their toys, and I talk to them about them, and it really changes the channel for kids. So we've identified activities. Now we have to select them. And I think this advice right here to identify at least 3 different activities to engage in the coming week. I would recommend that we think about how much time they're going to put into this. Because if we're really going to change the channel, it needs to be something more than, well, I'll clean off the kitchen counter, something that they can do in 5 or 10 minutes. That's going to help somewhat, but the longer they can go on, somewhere between there and Megan's 6 hours in the garden, we want to think, what can we help them do so that it's meaningful and significant in terms of time, and the time equals impact, okay? So we don't want to go too long. That may create stress, but we want to go long enough, and they'll be able to tell you what that's about. So help individuals choose activities that they think they would enjoy, that they would actually do. That's huge. If someone says, I'd really like to go bungee jumping. Well, have you ever gone bungee jumping? No, it scares me to death. I've never been able to do it. I think that's where we throw something out there like, so are there any other activities you've thought about? That one's the bungee jumping is probably not going to work. And something they can set up fairly easily. If it costs money, requires a lot of driving or complex planning, that may not go well, especially if the planning doesn't pan out. We may just add to their stress. So think about those things. Will they enjoy it? Is there a probability that they will do it? And can it be set up fairly easily? So, is it a good choice? Is it achievable? Is it practical? That's what we're looking for when we select activities. And we don't want to select those activities for them. We want to help them select them. So we may, you look at the list and maybe they haven't named anything on the list, and we might say, well, what about listening to music? Is there anything that like that you ever do? No, I never do that. Is there anything like that? And that gives them a chance to think of comparisons and to come up with something that might be similar. So some things to pay attention to. First of all, increasing positive activities by itself is not always adequate help. So we want to think beyond just this. This is not a one-size-fits-all kind of solution, but it is a piece of the puzzle. So if we want to get the full picture, we should think about how to help them increase their positive activities, but it's probably not a good idea to rely on it alone. But it is important to do activities, even if they're not feeling motivated to do that. So motivation may be a big part of this. How can you increase motivation in a person's mind, increase their commitment to doing this activity? You may have to go back to the rationale. You may have to go back to the positive benefits, those types of things in order to help them make that choice. In the business world, which I work in the business world for part of my activities, and the big question is what we call the Witham question, the what's in it for me. So they need to understand that there's something in it for them to do this activity, even if the first time they do it, it doesn't seem to give them much return. Let's keep working with it to see what happens. The important thing is ongoing weekly participation. These need to become habits. Doing them once and saying, there, I did it, check the box, and get back to worrying, that's not going to help us. So the activities may not noticeably improve mood right at the start, but they have potential. And sometimes we have to do them, tune them up, do them enough times that they become routine, and then we begin to see the positive impacts of them. So, and if that doesn't happen within a reasonable amount of time, then maybe we need to choose another activity so that people don't become soured on the whole concept. So this is going to be fun. We'll talk about wine a little bit, but pay attention to what they're saying here.
A recent review of hundreds of studies found mounting evidence of a cause and effect relationship. Experiences in nature led to improved attention span, self-discipline, and physical fitness while reducing stress. Research also shows children with ADHD who take a 20-minute walk in a park can improve their symptoms similar to using a prescription stimulant medication. So how does free, accessible greenery do all that?
There are two different major theories as to why nature is good for your brain. And one of them, it's called stress reduction theory. So essentially it speaks to how humans evolved in nature.
There's also attention restoration theory, which says crowds, lights, traffic, and noise force our brain to constantly focus, diminishing our overall capacity to pay attention. Nature doesn't require that kind of focus.
Therefore, it doesn't tire out those powers of attention. It doesn't tire out your concentration, and it just lets you kind of enjoy and restore your brain.
Some doctors and educators say it's time to drop standardized classroom testing in favor of outdoor education for at least an hour a day.
They're being tested out here in this environment on a daily basis in a whole new way that even I can't tell you what the result is going to be.
Turtles, fish, foliage that is as big as us. What does it feel like?
Free.
Free.
Yeah. These Ryerson University students meet up weekly at a local greenhouse.
It's the only one I see of that.
Research in adults shows just looking at trees or even houseplants can also lower stress levels. And the more you do it, the more it helps.
They connect with a sense of perspective, something larger than themselves, which can be really helpful.
Feel this.
Natural settings also promote warmer, more cooperative relationships.
Peter, are you okay?
In conquering Mud Mountain, most of the kids at Gradale got dirty, but one got stuck. So they problem solved, even dug out his boots.
Easy peasy.
That's teamwork.
simple lessons learned in nature can last a lifetime. Christine Birak, CBC News, Toronto.
Well, let's talk about this for a minute. There's this phenomenon out there that they call NDD. I don't know if you've heard about it. Nature Deficit Disorder. Now, it's not really a diagnostic category yet, but the researchers who were working on this NDD issue have discovered that kids who spend time outdoors, not with digital tools, but just outdoors by themselves or in community with others, they do better across the board on markers. They learn better, they sleep better, they eat better, they pay attention better. They have better health markers. They have fewer illnesses. All of these things that are benefits from that. Now, we've got to understand, if it's good for the kids, it's probably good for us. The reporter hinted to this, but there's good research out there that when we get into green spaces, it makes a huge difference, especially the longer we are there. She mentioned an hour a day. One of the people she was interviewing mentioned an hour a day. A lot of times people say, how on earth am I going to get an hour a day? You can do it, but you have to make some trade-offs. So without ever knowing about this research, back when I was in college, I realized that I just needed to make more time in my day. I was not getting things done. This is great. So you're saying that those of us who had parents who kicked us out of the house and told us to come back before supper, we're really looking out for our mental health rather than wanting some peace and quiet. Well, let's go with that, and then we'll feel better about our parents. How about that, Dawn? Thank you for putting that in there. That's really good. So when I was in college, I wasn't getting the work done that I needed to. I was feeling a lot of stress. And so this is going to sound really weird in today's culture, but I threw out my TV and I never got one back. I've lived since 1978 without a television. It has freed up time for me to walk, to spend time outdoors, to read, to do all kinds of things that slow me down. And it has helped me in so many areas of my life: resilience, dealing with stress, managing fear in the moment. And that led to having enough time to start some new things. And so I became very active in the wilderness. I'd grown up in the mountains out in California in the Sierra Nevada. But I kind of ramped that up, and I still go to the wilderness. And one of the greatest joys I have in going to the wilderness is finding people who've never gone and helping them go. We go canoeing or we go backpacking, and we just go spend, I usually set a minimum of 5 days. 5 days in the wilderness with a backpack or a canoe. Sometimes we'll go 6, and I feel like we've really accomplished something if we can go 7. And what happens is they learn about these things without me telling them. They figure it out. They're like, I have never been this relaxed. I can't believe that I don't even want to look at my phone, which doesn't matter because there's no cell signal. But it's such an amazing experience to do this. So think about nature deficit disorder. We may all be subject to that, and we may all benefit if we could get more time amongst greenery and out in the woods. I'm going to take that to a whole new level. If you've not heard of the phenomenon that they call forest bathing, then this is important. Forest bathing has nearly 100 years of research behind it. And what they found is that when people get into conifer forests, so these are cone-bearing trees, cedars, hemlocks, firs, spruce, pine, trees like that. You get into those trees, they give off these particles called phytoncides that are microscopic particles that come out into the air around the trees, particularly during the growing season, but there's a few of them out there even in the winter. And that's part of the tree's defense system. And so what happens is when people breathe those, it leads to changes very quickly in your system. Changes like your heart rate drops by 6 to 10 beats per minute. Your blood pressure will drop by between 5 and 10%. You have endorphins are released into your brain. You begin to feel better. It inhibits the production of stress chemicals, but it speeds up the reuptake of stress chemicals out of your system. It increases the number of killer T cells that are floating around in your blood, which is your primary defense against pathogens getting into your blood. People who do this sleep better. They go to sleep faster. They eat better. So there's some real scientifically proven benefits to spending time in conifer trees year round. I try to get out even in the winter, take my dog and go find some pine trees or fir trees or something like that. And I just walk around in them. It's incredibly good for us. I'm going to throw one more out that's not related to nature, but there's tremendous research around gratitude. And I want to use an example from the pandemic. I was assigned to the Metro Coalition and working on statewide initiatives during the pandemic for healthcare workers and to improve their well-being and resilience, because the pandemic was very hard on the workforce. And we didn't come up with this idea, someone else did, but one of the hospital systems told their staff to knock off work 15 minutes before the end of their shift. Wait till their replacement was there, but they were making some adjustments. But to spend the last 15 minutes of your shift with a journal that they gave them, and they said, write down the 3 good things that happened today. You know, everyone went home thinking about the deaths, thinking about the hard work, thinking about how angry they were, how sad they were, how tragic this was. And so before they left, they would write down 3 things for which they were grateful, or 3 really good things that happened on their shift. And really, within 2 weeks, staff were coming back and saying, this has changed everything. I'm no longer chewing on these hard subjects all the way home, but I'm remembering the good things. It's changed the way I interact with my family when I come in the door. It made all kinds of changes. So encouraging people, a positive activity might be to start a gratitude tree. Just put an outline of a tree up and use Post-it notes for leaves, and the whole family can get involved in putting gratitude notes up there. Some people use a gratitude jar. You write things you're grateful for, put them in the jar, and then every once in a while you open up the jar and you pull these things out and you read them to each other. There's all kinds of things. These take time, but they are physical / emotional activities, cognitive. They change the way our system is working. They interfere with our negative emotions and replace them with positive. That was a lot right there, but
A review of hundreds of studies found.
Sorry. So these are some things that you can work on in your own life, but you can also help other people to do these. Let's go back, step 3, let's go back to page 99, up 1 from the Helping Children Choose What to Do. Here's a positive activity worksheet. So you've been working with this person, they've identified 1 or more activities, they put three spaces in there. Maybe it's good to get people to think in terms of 2 or 3. And then there's a calendar. So let's schedule them on the calendar. Let's get them on, if they've got their phone with them or whatever, they can check their calendar and see what's happening and actually put this in as time. And then down below, list anything else you need to make sure that you can do this activity. What is it? Supplies, make sure the kids are being taken care of. If I'm going to do it by myself, if I want to do it with a friend, is that friend available? See if the park's open. All of those things that you can do to make sure that this is going to happen. And if they have all of this done, there's a much greater probability that they will actually go and do it. And the fact that you were helping them to do this now gives you a point of contact with them where you can come back and ask how it went. So this is important to think about. So let's review a little bit about what we've talked about so far. Okay, we want to look for successes. When we're reviewing with the person, how did the positive activities go this week? Look for the successes. Maybe overall they feel like they didn't get very much done on positive activities. Well, let's find the successes that they did get done. Hey, you chose some activities. You made a plan. You made an attempt, but you got thwarted because of car trouble. Okay, that happens. But look at what you did. You are making progress. Reward the small steps. Everyone loves an attaboy. So don't overdo the attaboys. They lose value, but use them wisely and reward those small steps. If somebody just had a lack of follow through, it's okay to ask about that. I noticed that you didn't follow through on this last week, and I get that. It's hard to do week in and week out, but can you tell me about that? Was there something that got in the way of the follow through? The reason we want to ask that is they might say, I just don't feel like doing this every week. I kind of struggle with it. I only give it a half-hearted attempt, and I'm really kind of struggling with my motivation. Well, now we have some other questions to ask, because sometimes a lack of motivation like that is the tip of the iceberg for someone who's struggling with depression. So we just want to ask some questions. There may be some things that they may need some counseling for. And then you can always see if it's time to make a set of new activities. Maybe maybe these aren't working very well, or maybe they're working fabulously and they're ready to do more. So we review them with the person. This is the accountability piece. So here's our key points. Consider the need for improving positive activities for those that are sad or exhausted and in need of emotional nourishment. So how are we going to do that? We're going to address these issues. Personally meaningful and rewarding activities, along with positive activities, particularly for those who feel guilt for feeling positive activities. Now, when we say we're adding personally meaningful and rewarding activities, this is why connection sometimes is important. Because if they can do, let's say, the walking in the woods thing with another person that they feel they need to be in contact with, you're getting more impact, positive impact from that one event. Any concern that is trivial and not realistic in a post-disaster environment, we want to pay attention to those and maybe deal with those in the moment. And there's a need to keep practicing, even if it's not immediately uplifting. Staying with it over time can create a momentum of positivity. So we want to keep that going. Remember, part of the fight here that people have is a fight for self-efficacy and self-agency. And so when you help people develop a positive activity schedule like this, you are helping them in terms of self-efficacy and self-agency. They're choosing for themselves, they're implementing for themselves, and they're able to assert themselves appropriately. Those are huge things. So let's talk about this exercise a little bit. So Alexa, little girl, 6-year-old female, who was in a preschool that was severely damaged during the disaster. She misses her friends. Since the disaster, Alexa's mother, Alice, devoted most of her time comforting her children. This is a change from Alice's life prior to the disaster, when she engaged in some social activities and played in a women's softball league. She notices that she has become increasingly sad in the past few months. So, what is the first step for Alice and for Alexa? Put it in the chat. What is the first step that we're going to take for Alice, and for Alexa? Play date. Love it. Okay, good. Focus on the positive things that they can both do, right? Awesome. What else? There you go. Time in nature. That's hard to do in the winter, isn't it? I've found that I can keep going, but I had to buy an extra coat or two and a sweater. But I can do it. By the way, insulated pants are the bomb. So getting like fleece-lined jeans, that's my winter go-to now. Yeah, talk about their feelings, their expectations, identify and affirm their feelings while helping them to name them, and reintroducing activities that can increase social interactions. Yes, insulated pants are the bomb. I agree. Love the dad jokes. Forest bathing, yes. Even with a cane or a walker, yes. Yes. Continue to encourage physical body boosting circulation. And yes, it improves cognition. There's evidence for that. You folks are doing good work. Hey, let's wrap this up. Good work on this. So you want to identify and plan one or more activity, and then you want to get those activities scheduled on the calendar. She needs to dip her toe in the water. She can find activities to do with adults that include kids. Yes, this could be less anxiety causing in the beginning. There you go. Good word there. All right, thank you. So we're at the end. Any questions or comments that you want to bring out right now? Put them in the chat. We'll answer them. While you're writing those, I'll tell you, I took 4 women on their first ever canoe trip. Most people said, what are you thinking? Isn't that going to be terrible? And I knew it would not be. For one thing, I get my own tent. That was pretty cool. But I kind of knew these people. They were coworkers or former coworkers. They'd never done anything like this before. And I tell you, I've never had an easier trip with beginners than I had with that group this last October, going into the Boundary Waters for 5 days. Oh my goodness. They were so eager to learn every skill and to do everything. And I just got an email from one of them yesterday that said, we need to start planning our next trip. So there's something about the wilderness. We are short on wilderness time. You lost me at the tent. Yeah. I know that for some people, roughing it is sleeping at the Best Western with the window open. But you can get used to it pretty easy, especially when you've worked all day. And we have enough sleeping equipment that people actually sleep fairly comfortably. So how do you get someone who's afraid of nature, of being in nature, to go? I think we pick an easy place. You know, a place that's fairly safe, like the Boundary Waters, doing a canoe trip in the Boundary Waters. There's very low bear activity in most of the Boundary Waters. Bears they don't normally hurt, black bears, especially there, don't hurt people. You do it with other people. You make it a team sport. You avoid some places that might be difficult. Yeah, it all starts, even before the trip. We manage expectations. We show pictures. We let them know what it's like and how beautiful it is. And for most people, even if they've never done it before, by day 2, they are on board. They're like, this is cool. So, hey, mindfulness bingo with kids. There you go. I think my contact information is out there. Out there somewhere, I should say. If anybody wants to find out how to maybe approach doing some simple wilderness stuff like that, there's ways that you can do it just by car camping. So you're near the car, you've got a better tent, you can take cots to sleep on, you can do all of those things. And so if there's anything like that that I can help you in terms of envisioning and planning, reach out to me and I'll be happy to talk to you on the side at some point. There you go, forest bathing for wellness. Look at that. All right, we're going to take a break. We got a little time here. When are we on again? At 1:45?
Let's just take a short break because we just got back from lunch. Let's get back here at like 1:35 and let's start because I want to give more time for the last unit because there's got a lot of information on there and any final questions. And I don't think any of you would mind if we got done at all early either.
I don't know. Some people might not want that. All right. So 1:35. See you back here. Aloha. Hey, welcome back, everybody. Hope you had a good short break. You'll get another break here in a little bit. So I've got one more section to do with you, and that is section number 5 on promoting helpful thinking. We have some fun videos with this one as well, so I'm looking forward to being online with you. We're going to move quickly through this one because this has got a lot of material in it. And so it's kind of dense packed, and we're going to do what we can with that. But it's all good stuff, and you will have it in your PowerPoint. You'll also have it in your field operations guide. So it's all going to be good. So where do we go from here? Our objectives for this part of the outing, we want to understand the difference between positive thinking and helpful thinking. Those aren't necessarily the same thing. And we want to learn steps that promote helpful thinking, thinking that actually helps and changes our situation. And then we want to be able to teach helpful thinking skills to others, especially in your role as a coach. But again, these skills, I just want to reiterate, Megan talked about this first off, but these are life skills for all of us. These things that we're talking about are important for us at every stage of our lives, because what we're doing is we're building, when we do these things regularly, we're building a reserve of well-being that will stand us in good stead if we ever get in one of those really, really difficult situations, especially if it lasts a long time. So think about that this is not just a skill to learn for others. These are skills you can learn for yourself. They will improve your living. And as you learn them for yourself and implement them and make them your actual practice in your life, it will give you benefits that will last for the lifespan. Some of these things that we talk about in this course are part of the Blue Zones research. If you've not seen the Blue Zones research, it is a study going on worldwide. They've identified 5 different geographic/cultural locations in the world where people live significantly longer and with far less disability than the rest of the world. It's not uncommon in those cultures for 10% or more of the population to live past 100. And that many people in that culture will live into their 90s without disability. Think about that. And some of what they do is diet, some of it is exercise. We've been talking about that, but a lot of it are things that we've been discussing here: connection, meaningful activities, reducing stress, downshifting your life. There's all kinds of things. You can buy books on the Blue Zones. Minnesota has had a rich Blue Zone history. The first community in the world to intentionally decide to become a Blue Zones community is Albert Lea, Minnesota. And in the first 6 years that they were a Blue Zones community, they cut their healthcare spending by 37% per capita. Think about that. This is important stuff. So keep that in mind. So we're going to understand those differences. We're going to learn steps to promote helpful thinking. And we're going to be able to teach helpful thinking skills because we know them. We do them. All right, promoting helpful thinking. It helps individuals to look at disaster-related thoughts, and I'm going to stop right here. Disaster-related thoughts, trauma-related thoughts, stress-related thoughts, all of those areas, and how these thoughts affect feelings and behavior. And then we're going to identify and practice helpful ways of thinking about disaster-related experiences. And if you go back to the last unit that we did, there was that triangle with behaviors, thoughts, and feelings. And in the last section, we were talking about how behaviors can influence our thoughts and our feelings. Now, in this section, we're going to turn that around a little bit, and we're going to talk about how our cognitions, our thoughts, can impact our behaviors and how those two together can impact our feelings. So this is important for us to pay attention to this. Love this quote from Fred Rogers. My mother, when I was a boy and I would see scary things in the news, my mother would say to me, "Look for the helpers. You will always find people who are helping." Then he goes on, "To this day, especially in times of disaster, I remember my mother's words, and I'm always comforted by realizing that there are still so many helpers, so many caring people in the world." There you go. All right, let's keep rolling here. This is Kelly McGonigal. If you've not interacted with her before, great teacher. She's written a book called The Willpower Instinct, which talks about how you can actually increase and strengthen your willpower, your won't power, and your want power. It's a great book. The book has flowed out of a course that she teaches at Stanford University. It's an open to the public course, and it fills up usually in an hour or two from the time the course goes live online. And she has to limit the participants. So and she teaches it every semester. So it's a great course, and I love listening to her talk. So let's pick up some truth from Kelly McGonigal.
Now, in a typical stress response, your heart rate goes up and your blood vessels constrict like this. And this is one of the reasons that chronic stress is sometimes associated with cardiovascular disease. It's not really healthy to be in this state all the time. But in the study, when participants viewed their stress response as helpful, their blood vessels stayed relaxed like this. Their heart was still pounding, but this is a much healthier cardiovascular profile. It actually looks a lot like what happens in moments of joy and courage. Over a lifetime of stressful experiences, this one biological change could be the difference between a stress-induced heart attack at age 50 and living well into your 90s. And this is really what the new science of stress reveals, that how you think about stress matters.
So here's, I think, at the core of it, the basis for why we're talking about helpful thinking. It matters. It can actually change our physiology, our stress physiology. And again, this is something that we can put into practice every day of our lives. This works when you're stuck in traffic. This works when you're driving in a snowstorm and it's getting pretty bleak out there. This works when you're facing financial difficulties. This works when you have a child who's giving you a bunch of grief. This just works. So keep this in mind, that this is a life skill that is applicable in times of stress, trauma, and disaster. So here's a provider alert. Some things for us to pay attention to as we talk about these things. Don't minimize by negating or criticizing a person's beliefs. What they believe is what they believe, and it becomes our starting point. And whatever the person is thinking is understandable in context. Sometimes the reason we think somebody's thoughts are kind of wonky is that we don't understand their context. We're evaluating what they're saying based on our context, which isn't theirs. So we want this. Here's a tip. The more we can learn about their context, their history, their have they been down through a disaster before? Those, did that make them stronger or weaker? There's all kinds of things that we need to know if we're really going to help people. We want to focus on helpful thoughts that will mobilize and energize. We don't want to debate justifications. If somebody is in a stress mode, debating is never going to get you where you want to go. I guarantee it. So we want to test out the effect of thoughts and on emotions and actions. So we want to go back to that triangle. What are our cognitions doing to our behaviors, and the two of those together on our emotions? And then we're always paying attention to, do we need to make a referral? Does this person need deeper help than I can give using SPR? Great questions to ask ourselves. So let's talk about helpful thinking as compared to positive thinking. So positive thinking is kind of simplistic. Oh, just don't worry about it. It's all going to work out. There's no basis for that in reality. I mean, yes, sometimes that happens, but we tell people these things, and then when they don't work out, now there's trouble. I mean, that makes the difficulty even harder. And we also need to pay attention to the fact that negative thoughts may be accurate. For example, I've lived through a number of earthquakes out in California, including some big ones. And like the Loma Prieta earthquake in 1989, that was kind of life-changing for a lot of people. And there was a lot of negative thinking, especially when it came to overpasses, because I don't know if some of you may not even have been alive then, but there was a whole section of the 880 freeway that collapsed. It was a stacked freeway. So lanes going one direction on the upper deck, lanes going the other direction on the lower deck. The upper deck collapsed onto the lower deck and just smashed a bunch of cars, like a lot of cars. It was a long section of the freeway that collapsed. And a lot of people had very negative thoughts about any freeway interchange after that, and elevated interchange. But here's the thing. Based on what they'd seen, their negative thoughts had a lot of accuracy to them. And so we couldn't say, oh, come on, the overpasses aren't going to fall. They said that before. These people had a point that could happen. And so that changed the way that we talked to them. Helpful thoughts can mobilize and energize. Positive thinking, maybe not so much. But helpful thinking can actually come with plans and strategies that can be used to mobilize and energize. And then we can always test the effect of thoughts on both feelings and behaviors. It's hard to do that with positive thinking. But with helpful thoughts, especially if they have strategies involved, we can test that and see how they're doing. So what's the rationale? Disasters, adverse events, they change the way people think about the world and themselves. The world may not be a safe place anymore. Certain parts of the world may not be a safe place anymore. Think about the pandemic. I've been talking to people this last couple of weeks. For some reason, it's surfaced for a lot of people. Maybe it's the fact that we're in a new year, but people are talking about how things haven't really ever recovered since the pandemic in terms of people's attitudes, their trust in government, their trust in systems, their trust in the news, their trust in a lot of things. People are highly concerned about what will happen if this happens again. And so it's changed their thoughts about the world and about themselves. More negative thoughts about others may lead to more trouble trusting other people. Trust is a big issue. Significant trust issues coming out of the pandemic. I bump into that on a regular basis. And they may come to view their personal situation as hopeless. Yes, that may be. They may feel that way. Talk to people who survived the I-35 bridge collapse in 2007. And some of them are just like they struggle deeply living anywhere where there are bridges, and they don't feel like it's ever going to get better. They don't see any hope on the horizon for them to recover any kind of confidence in human structures. Tough stuff. So people under stress can have thoughts that make their situations even worse by increasing the feelings of distress, of fear, of it may tap into trauma, maybe even trauma that they've had since childhood. And it just makes it really, really difficult for them to move forward. So identifying and practicing more helpful ways of thinking can improve mood and reduce the intensity of distressing emotional and physical reactions. By the way, some people do fine in these things. I worked with a lady when I was out there. I was working in a psych clinic doing psychological evaluations at Fresno State University, of all places. And I talked to a woman once, and I was taking history on her. And I said, do you ever have times when you're like really afraid or anxious? And she said, oh, you mean like panic attacks? I said, well, that'd be one. And she said, oh, yeah, I have panic attacks. I said, really? Tell me about those. When do you have them? She goes, just about every time I drive. And I'm thinking, I don't want to be on the road with her. But so I said, so does this keep you from driving anywhere? She goes, oh, no. I said, well, what do you do? She said, well, I can tell when they're coming on. I can feel them. I don't know. I still don't know what triggers them, but I know when they're coming. And they're usually when I'm on the freeway. So it's something about the freeway. So I get over into the right-hand lane. I pull over and I stop the car and I just wait. Panic attack comes. It's usually gone in 5 to 10 minutes. And I said, so do you go back home? She said, no, I keep driving to wherever I'm going. So I said, so you have panic attacks, and it's based on something related to freeways, but it doesn't inhibit your activities? She said, not at all. I leave a few minutes early everywhere I go. Isn't that amazing? And that gives us hope. There's an example of how we think about things is going to determine our behaviors and our emotions. And for her thoughts on it are panic attacks are no big deal. I'm just going to deal with it. She's one of my heroes, by the way. So look at these thoughts. Same event. We're getting stuck in traffic. So look at the top thought. I'm going to be late and I'll get in trouble for it. So what's the emotion? Anxiety. Then you go down to the next one. What's the thought? Why do I always get stuck behind stupid drivers? I'm sure none of you ever think that. But what's the emotion? Frustration. What if you combine the top two? I'm going to be late. I'm going to get in trouble. Why do I always get stuck behind stupid drivers? Now we have anxiety and frustration working together. What could go wrong there? But then look at the bottom one. I have a good excuse for missing a boring meeting. And what's their emotion? Relief, maybe happiness. I mean, so how we look at something, same situation, determines a lot of things. So that's some of the rationale behind this whole idea of promoting helpful thinking. So let's talk about unhelpful thinking with youth. Here's the story of two boys. One morning, the first boy wakes up and he sees that it's raining hard outside. He thinks, this is horrible. There could be a terrible storm and something bad might happen. So what do you think he's feeling? Throw in the chat. And you can imagine, if you stop and think about it, you can imagine, oh, Tina, I didn't see your message. I'm sorry. The Field Operations Guide was a PDF that was attached to the email. If you didn't get the email, please reach out to Nancy Carlson, and she will send it to you. But check your email if you didn't see it on there. It was on the same email that was sent very recently that had the agenda on it. There were two PDF attachments, and one is the Field Operations Guide. So look at this: scared, triggered, fear, disappointment, frustration, impending doom. And, you know, we don't know what's happened in this first boy's history. What if he's been through a tornado event? Or what if he was outside alone and there was lightning and it frightened him when he was a little boy? Those things could have long shadows in a person's life. So yeah, good answers, folks. Thank you. Well, let's look at the next little boy. Second boy wakes up, sees the rain. He thinks, this is excellent. I love playing in the rain and I get to miss a boring practice today. So what do you think he's feeling? Right? Joy, not impending doom. Yes, relieved. Happiness. Think about this. Do you think he's feeling freedom? That's what I'd be feeling. I've had this experience as a kid, you know, or even as an adult, I got to tell you. You get a snow day and there's no school. Freedom. Exactly. It was as good as a holiday. So the two boys woke up with the exact same situation, a rainy day, but how they thought about it made them have very different feelings. Helpful thinking is the key. So here's a video on how our brains are wired for negative thoughts, and this is from the University of California.
Okay, so you got a new sweater. It looks great, and you're getting tons of compliments. But then, just one person says something snarky about it. And even though you got all that praise, you can't help but stew over the negative comment. Why is that? Why does our mind seem to dwell on the negative? A lot of my research focuses on how people tend to get stuck in particular ways of thinking and what enables them to get unstuck. Allison Ledgerwood is a psychology professor at UC Davis. I get to study how humans think and how we could maybe think better. We all know the expression about seeing a glass as half full or half empty. It isn't just what you see, but how you see it. And the way you describe that glass to people can really change how they feel about it. Allison wanted to know what happens when you try to switch your way of thinking from the positive frame to the negative frame, or vice versa. Her research team brought 2 groups of people into the lab and told them about a new surgical procedure. Group 1 was told that the procedure has a 70% success rate. For Group 2, they framed it as a 30% failure rate.
It's the same exact procedure, and they're giving you the exact same information, but one doctor is focusing on the part of the glass that's full, and the other doctor is focusing on the part of the glass that's empty.
So, no surprise, people like the procedure when it's described in positive terms, and they don't like it when you focus on the failure rate. But then, the researchers pointed out to the first group that you could also think of the procedure as failing 30% of the time. Suddenly, people didn't like it anymore. And when they tried a similar thing with Group 2, pointing out that the procedure had a 70% success rate, people didn't change their mind.
And over again in studies like that, we find that people seem to get stuck in the negative way of thinking about it. And it's hard for them to flip and focus on the positive.
So once you frame something negatively, it really sticks.
It makes sense from an evolutionary or functional perspective that our minds are built to look for negative information in the environment and to hold on to it once we find it.
Imagine your prehistoric ancestors. You don't want to forget that there might be a predator lurking around.
In many situations, we want our minds to be grabbed by the negative information so that we can fix problems when they're there.
But then, there are other situations where we want to get over some small imperfection or a bit of bad news when it's not helpful to fixate on the negative. What do we do then?
What I really take away from this research for my own life is that it's difficult to see the upside and that it takes work, literally, that we have to put effort into looking at the bright side of things, that we can't assume that our mind is just going to do that automatically, and that it's very easy to just keep tilting back towards the negatives.
And this is something you can counteract with practice, like spending a few minutes each day thinking about the things you're grateful for. Doing this regularly can help it become a habit. And it turns out that this negative bias can change over time. Remember when you were younger and any bad experience felt like the end of the world?
So this kind of pervasive negativity bias starts to diminish. And so in our research, we find that the stickiness of a negative frame seems to disappear entirely by the time people are in their 70s. And they seem to flow back and forth between negatives and positives much more easily.
So maybe that's something we can all be grateful for, that there are actually some good things about getting older. How do you get out of negative ways of thinking? Let us know in the comments below. And be sure to check out our other video all about the teenage brain. Remembering all the things you did as a teenager might make you cringe, but neuroscientists are learning that some of the most puzzling teenage behavior may actually serve an evolutionary purpose.
It was a busy video. So our brain is wired for negative thoughts. We have to keep that in mind. And that's one of the hills that we're trying to overcome, that we want to get over with the people that we're helping as we use Skilled for Psychological Recovery. We want them to recognize that they're prone towards the negative, but they can choose the positive if they will exercise their choice in that.
Okay.
All right. So steps for promoting helpful thinking. We're going to identify unhelpful thoughts. We're going to identify helpful thoughts. We're going to rehearse the helpful thoughts. And then we're going to assign practice for those helpful thoughts. So I don't know if you've ever seen this video clip. I think it's pretty darn funny. But this is a case of negative thinking and how not to help people overcome negative thinking, and that's just to tell them to stop thinking that way. Okay, let's watch.
Dr. Switzer?
Yes, come in. I'm just washing my hands.
I'm Catherine Bigman. Janet Carlisle referred me.
Oh, yes. feel being buried alive in a box?
Yes, that's me. Should I lay down?
Oh, no, we don't do that anymore. Just have a seat. And let me tell you a bit about our billing. I charge $5 for the first 5 minutes, and then absolutely nothing after that. How does that sound?
That sounds great. Too good to be true, as a matter of fact.
Well, I can almost guarantee you that our session won't last the full 5 minutes. Now, we don't do any insurance billing, so you would either have to pay in cash or by check.
Wow, okay.
And I don't make change.
All right.
And go.
Go.
Well, tell
What?
me about the problem that you wish to address.
Oh, okay. Well, I have this fear of being buried alive in a box. I start thinking about being buried alive and I begin to panic.
Has anyone ever tried to bury you alive in a box?
No, but truly thinking about it does make my life horrible. I mean, I can't go through tunnels or be in an elevator or in a house, anything boxy.
So what you're saying is you're claustrophobic.
Yes, that's it.
All right, well, let's go, Catherine. I'm going to say 2 words to you right now. I want you to listen to them very, very carefully. Then I want you to take them out of the office with you and incorporate them into your life.
Well, shall I write them down?
Well, if it makes you comfortable, it's just 2 words. We find most people can remember them.
Okay.
You ready?
Yes.
Okay, here they are. Stop it!
I'm sorry?
Stop it!
Stop it?
Yes, S-T-O-P, new word, I-T.
So, what are you saying?
You know, it's funny. I say 2 simple words, and I cannot tell you the amount of people who say exactly the same thing you're saying. I mean, this is not Yiddish, Catherine. This is English. Stop it.
So, I should just stop it.
There you go. I mean, you don't want to go through life being scared of being buried alive in a box, do you? I mean, that sounds frightening.
It is.
Then stop it.
I can't. I mean, it's been with me since childhood.
No, we don't go there. Just stop it.
So I should just stop being afraid of being buried alive in a box.
You got it. Good girl. Well, it's only been 3 minutes, so that will be $3.
Actually, I only have a 5, so.
Well, I don't make change.
Then I guess I'll take the full 5 minutes.
Fine. All right. Well, what other problems would you like to address?
I'm bulimic. I stick my fingers down my throat.
Stop it! What are you, nut of some kind? Don't do that.
But I'm compelled to. My mom used to call me fatty.
No, we don't go there.
But I've been having this dream.
No, we don't go there either.
But my horoscope did say.
We definitely don't go there. Just stop it. What else?
Well, I have self-destructive relationships with men.
Stop it! You want to be with a man, don't you?
Yes.
Well, then stop it. Don't be such a big baby.
I wash my hands a lot.
That's all right.
It is?
I wash my hands all the time. There's a lot of germs out there. Yeah, don't worry about that one.
I'm afraid to drive.
Well, stop it! How are you going to get around? Get in the car and drive, you kook. Stop it!
Stop it! You stop it!
What's the problem, Kathy?
I don't like this. I don't like this therapy at all. You're just telling me to stop it.
And you don't like that.
No, I don't.
So you think we're moving too fast? Is that it?
Yes. Yes, I do.
All right, then let me give you 10 words that I think will clear everything up for you. You want to get a pad and a pencil for this one?
All right.
Are you ready? All right, here are the 10 words. Stop it or I'll bury you alive in a box!
Like the meme that somebody put, Cherie put this in the chat. Thank you for that. So, some things to think about. We may not tell people to stop it in those words, but what other words might we use to say stop it? And that's really where we need to be paying attention. If we say to people, that's not going to happen, so let's not talk about that. You just told them to stop it. And there's a bunch of other ways in which we could do that. So we want to be really careful about how we choose our words to make sure that we're not telling people to stop it. So when people say things, there's this opportunity for us to choose how we're going to respond. I don't know if you've ever read the story of Viktor Frankl. Viktor Frankl was an Austrian psychiatrist, Jewish. In 1939, he and his entire family and all of his Jewish co-workers were sent to the death camps by the Nazis. And over the next 6 years, he survived, but almost all of his staff and all of his family died in the death camps. And he came out of that experience after a little over 6 years as an advocate for forgiveness. And I stop and think about that. Everyone important to him is gone because of these people. And yet he was an advocate for forgiveness for them. And when asked about that, he said two things. He said, if I did not forgive them, I would become like them. So that was huge. But then he said something that's important for us right now. In between stimulus and response is a space. And in that space is our power to choose our response. And in that choosing lies our growth and our freedom. That is a powerful truth. That is a powerful truth that we can use in our own lives. And it's a truth we can hand off to other people. That when they're having unhelpful thinking, negative thinking, when those thoughts come in, or when something that happens to them and it triggers those thoughts, there's a space, there's a gap in there. I call it minding the gap. The London subway, the tube, before you get on the train, there's always a sign there that says, mind the gap between the platform and the cars. Doesn't do you any good at all if you stick your leg down in there and the train starts to move. So we want to think in terms of minding the gap. That's a term that I keep in my vocabulary, and I use it on a regular basis. Tim, are you minding the gap right now? And are we choosing wisely? And one of the things we want to choose is we want to be careful when people speak to us about their struggles. Again, we don't understand their context. And so we want to be very careful and mind the gap and choose wisely how we will speak so we don't come across in a way that sounds like stop it or dismissive or anything like that. And then we want to help them to mind the gap as they choose one thought over another. So if you go to page 132 in the field operations manual. If you go there, there's this thing called the Helpful Thinking handout. And this is a really great tool because it's actually several pages long. Okay, it's three or four pages. And what they've done is they've taken common unhelpful thoughts, resulting emotions. What are the alternate helpful thoughts? And what are the new emotional responses that may come from that? Now, these are just examples, but they're designed to help you as a coach to have some things to prompt a person when we're talking about both unhelpful and helpful thoughts. But it also helps the person to maybe understand, to compare their thoughts to the things that are on the list. And so there's areas here. There's coping. The next area is guilt. There's blame and anger. There's safety. There's helplessness and control. So these are some common areas where people have conflict in their minds, where they have difficulty. And so this is a good tool. You can show common post-disaster thoughts and the resulting emotions. And at the same time, you give them examples of helpful post-disaster thoughts and the helpful impact on emotions to help them identify their own disaster-related thinking and to choose better. So it's a pretty useful tool. Now, what about with children? If you go down to page 135 in the manual, here's a helpful thinking handout for children. And it's shorter, it's just one page, but it gives you some of those same prompts. What are common unhelpful thoughts? What are the resulting emotions? It's been greatly simplified. The alternate helpful thoughts and the new emotional responses. So there's not as many here because we're going to probably use these to just prompt kids and have conversations with them. We don't need to be quite as detailed. They don't, especially younger children, aren't going to think in terms of, well, this is a guilt thought, this is a shaming thought, this is a safety fear. They're not at that level yet. Maybe some older adolescents could handle that. So very useful tool for you in identifying those with both the helpful and the unhelpful thoughts when you're working with children and adolescents. And then if you keep working on this, got to get to this worksheet. This is going to be page 136. And now we're down to where we can actually help them. We're in step 2, where we've kind of identified the unhelpful and some helpful alternatives. And now we're going to start looking at the ones we want to do. So we take the worksheet, we take those handouts that we just looked at, and we start filling them out. What are my unhelpful thoughts? We talk through those. Here are the thoughts. You start with a brief description of the situation. Write down your thoughts, write down your feelings. This is what you can do this as practice for yourself. You can then do this with the person. They write down their situation, their thoughts, their feelings. And then you identify the helpful thoughts. What would be more helpful than what I've been thinking? New thoughts, you write those down. What might be the new feelings? You put those down. And then we're going to talk with them about how to practice this. We can practice right in the room with them, right in the moment. And so if this thought comes into your mind, this is an unhelpful thought, this comes to mind, how are you going to mind the gap? And how are you going to insert this new, more helpful thought in there? What would that sound like in your head? Talk it through, throw out some unhelpful thoughts and let them practice doing that. And then maybe talk to them about setting up their own practice schedule. And talk about the positive feelings. Make sure you get to those feelings because that's what they're really noticing are the feelings. And there's their warning sign. We want them to be able to say, hey, I'm having this feeling right now that may mean that I'm having unhelpful thoughts. They do the exploration. Now they can get to work on it. With children, we're going to go to, whoops, sorry. I just went shooting past everything. If you go down to page 137, here is the same page for children. And they've turned it into something a little different. They've turned it into kind of a game, the good coach, bad coach game. So in other words, a bad coach is someone who is like, it's a personal coach, but the bad coach is giving you unhelpful things that make you feel and play worse in the game of life. So you want to identify what the bad coach is telling you. Those are your unhelpful thoughts. And then you want to circle the unhelpful feeling that's going to come from that. Now we want to switch. Okay, you're going to hire a new coach. What do you think the new coach is going to say to you? They're a good coach. What are the good things they'll tell you to do? Now, what are the feelings that will come from that? And if you notice, the feelings under item number 2 are kind of the counterpoints to those same to those feelings that are identified under item 1. So we're beginning to help them see visually the good in this. And now we're going to practice. We fired the bad coach. Now we've got the good coach. And we're going to practice putting these good thoughts down on paper. So this is appropriate for adolescents, for elementary age school children. So we want to keep that in mind. You can do different things. You can, working with adolescents, you can just work with stick figures. Give them a blank sheet of paper and put some stick figures on there, some word balloons. They can color the word balloon based on their emotions. That'll work with a younger group of kids too. So we have lots of options here for how we can use games or art, drawing, things like that to help children and adolescents identify unhelpful and then helpful thoughts. So that brings us to step 3. We have to rehearse them. So we're going to practice focusing on those helpful thoughts. We want to discuss situations in which the unhelpful thoughts occur most often. We have to do that carefully because we don't want to re-trigger people. So we don't want to dwell necessarily on those details, but talk about them as a context and then go right to the thinking. Then we want to picture some of these situations and practice saying the helpful thoughts out loud. And to help us with that, let's watch a little video. This is from England. You'll love the accents. And it's going to be somebody who's doing this with themselves, okay? So here we go. How to deal with unhelpful thoughts.
I feel so guilty. Am I still her friend? She'll have told everyone what I said. It's all my fault. I feel so guilty. She'll have told everyone what I said. Why did I say it? I feel so guilty. I feel so guilty. Am I still her friend? Am I still her friend? To me. She'll have told everyone what I said. Should have just walked away. It's all my fault. I should have just walked away. I'm such a loser. Say it. Such a loser. Unhelpful thoughts. Hello? All these thoughts you're having, they're just part of your unhelpful thinking habits. You're just tying yourself up in knots. I don't understand. You can't control your thoughts. You'd be surprised, actually. By understanding some of our mind's habits, we can begin to pick out patterns in our thought processes. Patterns? Yeah, ways of thinking that mean you end up feeling low or anxious, or make you scream into your duvet. What else did you just think? You should have done this, you could have done that. Yeah. Should, could. They're very critical words, and they're just making you feel bad about what you actually did when it might have been fine. But she was angry with me. Are you sure? Or are you jumping to conclusions, trying to mind read? Think about what you actually said to her. I told her to take it out on someone else. So she was angry before you said anything to her? Yeah. Maybe you're blaming yourself for something that actually wasn't your fault. Another unhelpful thinking habit. She is going through a tough time at the moment. Her parents are splitting up, and she's worried about Luke too. So it's probably not even you that she's actually upset with. And why'd you call yourself a loser? Because I feel guilty. Just because you feel guilty doesn't mean you actually are. Your feelings are just a reaction to your thoughts. It doesn't mean they're right. And using labels like loser might seem like a useful way of explaining why you feel bad about yourself. But they're not very helpful and probably not true. What would you think if someone else called you a loser? It'd be pretty mean. There's all these unhelpful habits that our minds often have. Sometimes it's better to step back and find a more balanced thought process to replace it. Ask questions about the actual thought you're having. Do I put too much pressure on myself by thinking about all the things you should or could have done? Am I assuming I know what others are thinking, when really they're just your own thoughts, not theirs? Should I blame myself for everything? Or is the real cause more complicated? And just because I feel guilty doesn't mean you actually are. So why am I labeling myself with negative words when they're just unhelpful or wrong? May, it's me. Are you okay? No, don't be silly. You're going through a really tough time.
Now, first time I saw that, my thinking was, I wish it was that easy. They've compressed it for the video. There may be a lot more conversation that it takes for us to get there, but the value in this video is seeing the process from start to finish. And each exchange that the person and her alter image were having are steps in the process. So you can go back and look at this video and begin to envision how you would have these conversations with people. So now we want to assign the practice of helpful thinking. So the key to this is to rehearse these thoughts during daily activities to learn if using these thoughts helps to mobilize and energize oneself and to discover if the alternative thoughts are actually helpful or not. If they're not, we want to know that and replace them with ones that are. So there might be some trial and error in here. The practice helps us, though. And it's like any good habit. We need to do it enough times that our mind remembers to go to it. So we want to think in those terms, that this practice is actually very, very useful to us, and it's a critical part of what we want them to do. If we help them to do all of these things, but we never practice it, the chances of them actually going to these skills in the moment are going to diminish significantly. So this is the pathway to success. Here's a little video that gives us one way of looking at how to do that, the catch it, check it, change it approach. So let's pay attention to this one.
Our thoughts, feelings, and behaviours continually affect each other, and it's easy to develop negative patterns where unhelpful thoughts lead to unhelpful feelings and actions. Sometimes this can become a vicious cycle. Many of us don't realise that we can influence this process and that this can improve our mental health. The best way to deal with these unhelpful thoughts is to recognise them, challenge them, and see if you can replace them. Some people call this the catch it, check it, change it approach. With practice, this can help us look at perceived problems from a different perspective. For example, you might be worried about an important task you have to do at work, convinced it will go wrong and everyone will think you're a failure. Rather than immediately accepting this thought and feeling even worse, take a moment to catch it and check it. Ask yourself whether there's good evidence for it, or if there are other explanations. Try thinking about what you would say to a friend who was thinking this way. Finally, see if you can change the thought for a more positive one. Maybe, I'm prepared, I've put a lot of work in, and I'm going to do my best. Sometimes you will be able to change the thought to a positive one, but don't worry when at other times you can't. There are no right or wrong answers. It's about learning to think more flexibly and be more in control. By catching the thought, checking it, and seeing if you can change it, with practice, you can help break the negative cycle. Our thoughts.
The standout line in that video for me was thinking more flexibly. That is huge. And giving people cognitive flexibility is one of the greatest gifts we can give them. Some people are pretty rigid in their thinking. And if we can't address that at least a little bit, it may be really difficult for them to make these changes. So we want to help them see that identify their unhelpful thoughts and know that even if those thoughts are accurate, they may still be stressing them out, interfering with their priorities, and making their situation worse. So sometimes you can help them just modify a portion of their thought. Yes, another earthquake could happen, another fire could happen, but this time I'm better prepared. They could modify it for certain times or situations. Yes, I have a right to be angry when people do that. But when I'm with my children, I'm going to focus on them and not on my anger. So these are some examples of ways that you can deal with resistance that people may have. They may not even recognize that it's resistance. You know, a lot of people are averse to change, not because the change isn't going to work or anything like that, but because we by nature tend to be resistant to change. We see change as loss in some way because we lose that with which we are comfortable. And so understanding that we tend to be resistant to change no matter what, that will help us so we can begin to address that as we work with people. So there's just this thing called the payoff matrix. We're going to look at that. Basically, it's a 4-quadrant tool that you can use. In one corner, you have the advantages of holding on to a thought. In another corner, the disadvantages of holding on to the thought. In the third corner, the advantages of adopting a new thought. And in the final corner, the disadvantages of adopting a new thought. And so there's a document for this in your manual. And it's going to be page 138. So you go to the payoff matrix worksheet, and there you have it. So keep the thought, change the thought. Advantages, disadvantages. And it helps them to identify what might really work. And you might have to talk through it with them, not so much to change their thinking, but to make sure they are thinking completely, and that their bent towards negative thinking isn't overbearing on the possibilities of positive thinking. So there's the payoff matrix. So we're going to look at a video right now of somebody working through that matrix with another person.
So this is hard for you. Let's try something different. Let's work on filling out this payoff matrix. This will help you identify the cost and benefits of holding on to a thought that you know on some level is not supported by the evidence.
Okay. How do we do it?
Okay. Well, let's start here. Now, on the left column, we identify the advantages and disadvantages of keeping the thought that you're a bad person because you are grateful that you're the one who survived. Now, what are the advantages of holding on to that thought?
I'm not sure. It's hard to explain, but I don't want to think of myself as someone who only cares about themselves. It's complicated, but I guess feeling bad about myself is sort of one way that I can actually accept that I'm grateful to be alive.
Okay, so the advantage of keeping the thought is that by feeling guilty about your relief, you can somehow keep in check that part of you that only thinks about yourself.
Yes.
Okay. Now, are there any disadvantages?
Sure. I mean, I still feel like a bad person. I feel rotten. Like no one will ever care about me because I only care about myself. Or that I don't deserve anyone to care about me.
Okay, well, there's some negative consequences associated with holding on to the thought. Now, let's complete the right column. Okay. Now, what are the advantages to changing the thought?
Well, I could finally let go of all these bad feelings about myself.
Right. Now, are there any disadvantages to changing the thought?
Well, just that I should keep that part of myself in check so that my conscience will maybe make me a better person in the future.
So it seems like the cost of keeping the belief is that you don't like yourself very much right now and you don't feel worthy of anyone loving you. Well, the benefit of changing the thought is that you might feel better.
I guess so.
Is there anything that you might be able to do to both change your thought and feel okay about it? That is, could we develop an action plan for dealing with the thought that you're bad because you feel relieved to have lived?
Like what?
Well, I'm not sure. It depends on what might make you feel better. Now, you mentioned that you haven't spoken with Becky's parents since the memorial.
That's right. I just felt so guilty I couldn't face them. Now it's been so long, I think they must feel like I don't care about Becky when I really do.
Is that something you could address in an action plan?
You mean like going to visit them?
Perhaps.
I would like them to know how much I miss and care about Becky. I think I would feel better about myself if I could face them.
Well, that sounds like a very good first step, Kelly. Now, it's very common for people to feel guilty that they lived when others have died. And while I don't expect this will go away immediately, sharing your feelings of loss with Becky's parents might help.
It'll be really hard to talk to them, but I think it might help.
I'll be glad to help support you in any way that I can.
We're going to move through the last few slides here pretty quickly because we need to finish up. When you're working with kids, think about turning it into a detective game to discover the clues to identify unhelpful thoughts. You know, well, how does that make you feel when you think that way? What happens to your friendships with others when you think that way? Just help them discover the clues. They will understand them and own them more if they can discover them through conversation. A little bit of review here. If you're reviewing with the person that you're coaching, so did they identify unhelpful thoughts? Did they practice helpful thoughts, and what was the outcome of that? If they're having difficulties, if things aren't working well, what can you do to problem solve with them? Can you use the payoff matrix to overcome resistance? Can you look for successes in whatever they're saying? Maybe overall they haven't been that successful, but have they made some small steps that have really worked for them? And can you reward those? Because we want people to be rewarded so that they have the energy to keep going. Make sure that you ask about a lack of follow-through. If they're just not doing something, we need to know why that is. Maybe they're not prepared for it yet. Maybe they're just not ready. But we're also thinking, is there something underlying in this person, possibly depression or trauma related to the topic or something like that, and that needs to be worked through. So again, you're not going to do therapy, but if we can find things out, it may help us to decide whether or not we need to refer them for services. And then finally, emphasize the need for repetition and practice, because that's going to be critical to them being successful. So here's some key points. We're going to revise the unspoken assumption that they will not be able to cope. We're going to address different categories of unhelpful thoughts, and we're going to emphasize the need for repetition and practice of helpful thoughts. Now, Nancy, I'm going to ask you a question here. We're at a point where we might want to quit, but do we want to do the Claire activity now, or do we want to skip it?
I think people would probably, and put in the chat if you disagree with me, I think people would probably like us to move forward so we have enough time for, like I said, the last unit is pretty heavy. We've got a skill in there. We've got self-care. We've got a bunch of stuff. I think we should move on to that. But if anyone has any questions, please put them in the chat, and we'll, Tim could try to address them now, or we can address them at the end.
Yes, please do. I would agree with that. I think we need to move on so we can get to section 6. It is very important. So your homework, as you leave from here today is to notice when you have your own unhelpful thoughts and rehearse helpful thoughts so that you can lead people in this exercise. You folks have been model prisoners through a lot of information right here, so thank you. And we're going to take a break. What do you want to give them? About 10 minutes?
I think if they need to take a break, they can take it, but I think we need to plow forward because I think it's going to take maybe a little more than an hour for the last unit.
Okay, so let's just take a really quick break. Take care of yourself, whatever that means, and let's come back in about 5 minutes or so. We'll start. If you need longer than that, you can catch up. You can jump on the moving train. So thank you very much. We'll see you back here in about 5 or 6 minutes.
So we are back with the final module that we're going to work on. This is when this is done in a weekly format. This would be the final week 6. Rebuilding healthy connections following a disaster scenario, setbacks to recovery, and self-care for coaches. That's what we're working on now. And I do have the chat up now in a way that I can see it and do this. So please feel free to chat and ask questions and I'll grab them as we go. All right. So our objectives for this final segment is understanding the importance of rebuilding healthy connections after a disaster scenario, learning the steps for rebuilding those healthy connections, being able to teach how to use a social connections map to rebuild healthy connections. So after disasters or adverse stressful events, people might feel isolated because they had to move from their community. They may have lost friends or family. They may have some mental health stuff going on or acute stress that's causing sadness, fear, lack of motivation. And what we want to be able to do is help them through skills for psychological recovery, increase their connections to positive relationships and community supports. Positive social support is a proven protective factor in disaster-affected individuals. Protective factors, for those who are not kind of steeped in this world, protective factors are the things that we can do and accomplish in our lives that make us more resilient, more able to recover from adverse events, and more stress hardy. And so positive social support is something that has been studied heavily and known to be a very significant protective factor after these kinds of events. People who have a lack of social support or who have negative social support tend to have worse outcomes. And social support after a disaster helps people meet their emotional and practical needs. I think we have all seen that over and over again. When we see things like fires in California, communities coming together to support each other. After hurricanes, anything really, we see people coming together to support each other and building community in the process. That helps everyone who is impacted by that. So positive social support can help people feel understood and cared for, like they fit in and belong, make them feel needed and wanted. It reduces feelings of being isolated. It helps people build confidence that they can handle the problems that are coming and help them feel reassured that there will be people there for them. So a person might have a harder time rebuilding social support if they had a loved one die recently, if they have a history of trouble making self-protective choices in their relationships, like they may be somebody who historically has connected to people who are unreliable, or if prior to the event they had a social network that they spent years and a great amount of energy building and they have now lost that, such as if they had to move, or maybe their domestic partner was the person who kind of maintained all of the social connections and now their partner has passed away and they don't have anybody that can help them socially navigate moving forward. I would also add on here, just because of my work perspective, it is much harder for people who have serious mental illness, chronic PTSD, or complex PTSD, building healthy social support networks. for a lot of reasons, but just something to be aware of, that if you're working with somebody and you find out that they have like a serious and persistent mental illness diagnosis, recognize that their ability to make friends, trust people, may be impacted even outside of the disaster event, and asking them to locate who their social supports are and connect with them could be really challenging or impossible for them. This is the rationale part. So all through this, we've been telling you, why are we telling you what we're telling you? And that's because it helps people that we're coaching to understand why we're asking them to do things. We're going to do this video. I know we're kind of flying through some of this, but I do feel like this is relevant.
Oxytocin doesn't only act on your
Okay, this is about oxytocin and social support.
Oxytocin doesn't only act on your brain, it also acts on your body. And one of its main roles in your body is to protect your cardiovascular system from the effects of stress. It's a natural anti-inflammatory. It also helps your blood vessels stay relaxed during stress. But my favorite effect on the body is actually on the heart. Your heart has receptors for this hormone. And oxytocin helps heart cells regenerate and heal from any stress-induced damage. This stress hormone strengthens your heart. And the cool thing is that all of these physical benefits of oxytocin are enhanced by social contact and social support. So when you reach out to others under stress, either to seek support or to help someone else, you release more of this hormone, your stress response becomes healthier, and you actually recover faster from stress. I find this amazing that your stress response has a built-in mechanism for stress resilience. And that mechanism is human connection. When you choose to view your stress response as helpful, you create the biology of courage. And when you choose to connect with others under stress, you can create resilience.
I feel like this leads into what we'll be working on towards the end of our time here today, which is self-care as well. Anybody that has been on any kind of disaster response deployment knows that you tend to make fast friends with the other people that you are deployed with. You connect easily, you support each other, and it can feel really good just to have like some allies in the work that you're doing. It is important to try to have that as well if you are doing this kind of coaching work from sort of your normal daily life position. So I know I've said it before, but I'm going to say it again. You need to have people that can be your partners in this work, who can be supervisors in this work, who you can connect in this work with, because it helps you have adaptive stress reactions that build your capacity to do this going forward even further. So after we explain to the person that we're coaching the reasoning for doing this work around building healthy social connections, we're going to use handouts and worksheets to help them develop a social connections map, review it, and then make a social connections plan. And these are in your manual on page 141. This social connections list is really interesting because you can sort of fill this out with people however they want to. So for example, somebody might say, well, yeah, my mother is technically available, but I do not want to deal with her, right? So maybe they would not check the box for that one, but maybe they have siblings that are more available to them, or their pastor. So this is the social connections map. We're going to have in a minute a picture of one that's filled out. This helps the person you're coaching identify who is currently in their social network and who is easily accessible. The social connections map helps people see the big picture of their social network and move on the focus from who they've lost to who is present. So this is an example of one that is completed, and you would, with somebody, you would write the people's actual names if they wanted to. I have also gone so far as to sit and write people's phone numbers. You know, this is Jim, here's Jim's phone number. This is my mom, Sandy, there's her phone number. And writing the phone numbers out because a lot of times that step of I got to figure out people's phone numbers becomes too much of a structural barrier. So identifying who the social connections are. And we'll watch this quick.
Can you tell me a little bit more about support? Who do you turn to when you're having a hard time?
I have a lot of really great friends, and they've been really supportive to me since my husband left. But I haven't really talked to them about, what I just mentioned to you about my nightmares and worrying about when she's at school, things like that. I didn't want to bother them.
Well, what makes you say that you're bothering them? Is that something that they've actually expressed, or is that something that you're concerned about?
No, I mean, I would say that's what friends are for, obviously. But, it's me. I don't want to feel that I can't get through this on my own. And I don't want to come across as every time they see me that I have a problem or I'm complaining about something.
It sounds like it's hard for you to feel like you need to lean on others. But in a time like this, reaching out to others can get you back on your feet much more quickly. What about other sources of support? Some people find it helpful to reach out to extended family or religious groups or community organizations.
No, I'm not very religious, and my family doesn't live nearby. But coming tonight to hear you talk, when the school offers one of these types of activities, I try to attend. I find it helpful. I really do. I think that just talking to you right now is helping me put my worrying in perspective a little bit.
Well, it does sound like you found some ways to help yourself feel better and really take care of yourself. Like you said, coming to the session is one of those things. And I really encourage you to stay involved with these types of activities. Come talk to one of us at the clinic if you would like, and maybe start talking to your friends some more about how you're feeling.
So I think that's a really lovely example of what teaching social support can look like. Helping people think outside of the box about who their supports might be. A support does not need to be a one-on-one person. I'm just going to give you a quick example. So during the pandemic, my client, I call them my guys. I call my clients my guys because they're almost all men. My guys didn't get a lot of the social connections that they would normally get. They couldn't go to the outreach center. It was closed. Our groups were canceled. And a number of them developed a pretty close relationship with this one cashier at the grocery store, in our small town grocery store. Her name is Candy. That is not her real name, but she uses a fake name at the grocery store. And she's the sweetest. And she would take time to talk to every single person coming through her line, made the lines really slow, and everybody got in that line because they were signed up for that because it was so meaningful. And she is someone that everyone I knew put on their list of who their social connections are. Are they going to hang out with Candy outside of the Super One? No. Are they going to call her? No. But they feel safe and seen and cared for when they talk to her. And so she made it on people's social connections list. And I think that's incredible. So just that idea of flexibility around who people identify as being their social connections. So the first time you go through the first review of the social connections map, what kind of support can you see? So who are the most important connections? These are the questions that you're going to ask the person you're coaching using this worksheet. Who are your most important connections right now? Who can you share what you're feeling with? Who can you get advice from to help in your recovery? Who do you want to spend time with socially over the next couple of weeks? Who might be able to help you with practical tasks, giving you a ride to the grocery store, helping you run errands, helping you with applying for benefits or doing your homework? And who might need your help or support right now? And I love that one. Where can you be a helper? Who might need your help or support right now? Please do not underestimate the value and power of emboldening people to find ways to be supportive. It helps them change the channel, like Tim was saying earlier, on their own suffering, but helping other people, it embeds you in your community in a way that just being a passive recipient of support doesn't. So if they're able to, let's explore it. Then you're going to do a second review of that map and figure out what kind of support is missing. So this worksheet that is in your guide gives you the language around doing that. So let's explore what kind of supports are missing. Maybe you have somebody who you can call on the phone or who will pick you up to go to church. But if you need to go to urgent care, you don't have a ride and there's no one who can help you. And we got to figure that part out. Are there people that you're not connected with that you want to be? Do you want to reconnect with your old neighbors, even though you're not living by them anymore? I love this one. Who do you want to spend less time with? Give people freedom to name it, right? Who's a little much right now? Who do you want to spend less time with, and how can we make that happen? And then, do you want to build your network in a specific way? Do you want to be more involved at your church? Do you want to go volunteer at the food shelf? Do you want to get going to the community outreach center or the clubhouse? The third step in this piece then is making an actual plan for social support. So after you're identifying the areas that need support, need improvement, we're going to identify one area to change. We're starting with one thing, right? And in theory, this might be the main thing that you are doing with this person. This might be the skill that you're spending 2, maybe 3 weeks on, if you're lucky. And so there is time to do this and keep reviewing it. We're going to make a plan that's concrete and specific. We're going to write it down and we're going to review it to make sure that it's understood and that it's accomplishable. If it involves transportation and this person doesn't have transportation, we need to set people up for success by helping them figure out the barriers to implementing the plan. And then down here, I love that it says, put it into action. Don't worry too much if it feels funny at first. It's okay if it doesn't go as smoothly as you thought. In my sessions with people, not SPR, but in my therapy sessions, I do a lot of what we call pre-living a social interaction. What happens if it goes exactly as you are dreaming it will? And what happens if it doesn't? How are you going to react? What are you going to do? There's room to do that here, to get people prepared so that the anxiety about what might happen is not the huge barrier that it could be. So this handout is great. I give people this 6 steps to giving and getting social support. You can read through these on your own, but I think that it gives you language to really work through this with somebody about how can I obtain more social support? How can I choose the best ways to ask for support or connect to people that are on my social connections map? And then on the flip side, how can I be a helper? How can I give social support? Like I said earlier, helping other people helps us identify what we need as well. This is a video about the importance of social connection for everyone.
So if you have a friend whose well-being is good, it has a 15% influence on your well-being to the positive. If you have a friend who has a friend whose well-being is good, and you don't even know them, it has a 6% influence on your well-being. So we're actually all very interconnected. The better the well-being is for the people around us, the better it is for all of us. So when we talk about improving the well-being of the people that we serve and the people here that we're working with, we know that that has a ripple effect on the whole community.
Okay. So we can work together to come up with a plan and review an existing plan about rebuilding healthy social connections. This worksheet that's available in your guide, the types of social support worksheet, is something that is a revelation for a lot of people. You know, a lot of people have never had the luxury of introspection, right? Like those of us that have had time to sit down and really think about ourselves and get some books about it and devote time to who am I and who do I want to be, that is a luxury that is not afforded to many, many people who are facing just surviving even outside of a disaster situation. And so this is something, going over this worksheet and teaching this information is something that can take some time, but you are really giving this person the gift of time to think about what they like and what they need. So different types of social support that are noted here are emotional comfort, feeling heard, understood, accepted, loved, cared for. How do you get it and how do you give it? Listening without giving advice or judgment, giving a hug or a shoulder to cry on. And then you identify, is this something that you need or would like? Is this something that you can give to someone else? Social belonging, feeling needed, self-worth, reliable support, advice, information, and problem solving, physical assistance, and material assistance. I feel confident saying this, that the vast majority of people have never had the time or the opportunity to sit down and think about this and think about what they want in a best case scenario, let alone a worst case scenario. After the tornado in North Minneapolis, I was working on the north side with women who were pregnant and at risk for high infant mortality rates through the family partnership, which was an incredible experience for me. And we ended up shifting a lot of what we were doing to providing pretty intensive emotional support for just getting through. Because while the tornado really only took out a relatively small number of houses, it exposed on a very broad level the economic inequality and the disparities that people on the north side knew they were experiencing, but they didn't have a way to address. And when the money came flooding in for tornado relief, they were able to ask for what they actually needed and at times get that need met. And a lot of the programming that was coming out of the community at that time that was being informed by community members really was responding to, okay, we've got to figure out how to get you your driver's license back because that's what you need. And that does not directly have anything at all to do with the tornado, but that is the barrier to you being able to get to a support group for new mothers, for example. So I just encourage you, as you are doing this work with people in the aftermath of disaster situations, to be recognizing that when we're talking about the kinds of, for example, social support that people are able to identify that they need, it's not going to tie neatly into there was a flood, this was my economic loss from the flood, and now I don't have a car and I can't get to church. Yep, that might happen, but there's going to be a lot of other needs identified, and there's going to be a lot of family issues that are kind of on display in a way that they maybe weren't before. And we have the opportunity to teach these skills, many of which come out of the cognitive behavioral therapy research, to teach these skills to people so they can start identifying, my life in general would be a lot better if I had a sense of self-worth in my family, and if I could do better at finding reliable support. So ideally, you would do this with somebody 1 or 2 weeks, and then you would come back a subsequent week, and they would have done some homework around this, and you would be able to follow up with, what kind of supports did you use? What happened? Did you offer support to others, and what happened with that? And now let's revise your plan based on the experience that you had. Okay, so before we move on to setbacks, does anybody have any questions about that social support segment? Okay. Our next segment is preventing setbacks. I always start this with telling people that setbacks are real and everybody has them. And oh boy, hold on. Now I'm stuck again. Hold on. I'll get us back. Give me 1 second. I always talk to people about how setbacks, you can call them setbacks or you can call them learning. You know, I don't think anybody in the aftermath of a critical incident or disaster needs to beat up on themselves any more than they already are. So what we want to do is when we're sitting down to work on this with people, we want to really summarize and praise the person's work and growth on the skills that they've done so far. You know, ideally, this is not where you're starting. You're starting with one of the other skills that has been discussed today. And hopefully you have some rapport with this person and you can identify, like, this is what I've seen you do. I'm really proud of you and here's why. Now we need to talk about how to have realistic expectations for progress. I spoke about this a little bit earlier, but what I've experienced is that after a disaster, after a stressful or critical incident, people often say, I should be over this by now. Especially men say that, and especially men who have been involved in any kind of law enforcement or first response. I do a lot of work training law enforcement officers in critical incident response stuff. And I hear that all the time. I should be over it by now. Why can't I get over this? It's getting in the way of my life. When we start working on steps to prevent setbacks, we are future-proofing some of these skills for people by letting them know that setbacks will happen and you have what it takes to overcome them because I watched you use these other skills and master them. So summarizing the work and the growth on the skills they've done so far, helping them have realistic expectations for progress for themselves and just in general, and then identifying early warning signs and making a plan to address these signs. So this is what summarizing progress could look like. Review and revise goals if needed. Review all the work that you've been doing in the building and rebuilding SPR skills that we've discussed previously, and acknowledge and reinforce that the learning and the growth that has occurred is impressive and valuable and improving their life and reducing their distress, no matter how long it took, or no matter how small. This is, probably a lot of you have seen this. This is a chart that talks about how the longer a disaster or response occurs, the harder it can be for people to come back from what happened. And these stages that we see here of disaster response, if you haven't seen this before, spend some time with it and reach out to us and we can talk about it. I don't want to get bogged down in this right now, but it is not uncommon for it to be a year or years before people start feeling like they are making some progress and then to have a setback. That's not uncommon. And it doesn't mean that they're a failure or they didn't understand it or they didn't get what we were doing. And I think telling them that, showing them this and what to expect. SPR manual, page 152, has this worksheet. It's the Preventing Setbacks worksheet. This is helping them make a preventing setbacks action plan. So reviewing what I did in my meetings, in my achievements, I really try to focus on, you didn't think that would work, but it totally did. Tell me about that discrepancy. Okay, now we're going to use that kind of flexible thinking for the future. Remembering that everybody has a bad day or days. Progress is not all blown. And it gives us a way to monitor thoughts, feelings, and behaviors to find out if I'm having any early warning signs. So in the world of mental health, This looks kind of like a crisis plan, if this language looks familiar to people, because it's very similar to like a crisis plan. We're going to identify early warning signs or signs that you're having a hard day or a couple of days. So you're going to write down 3 stressful situations or triggers that you expect in the future, or things that you could see happening about your own functioning and mood, that could sort of alert that things are maybe not going so well. So in the crisis response world, we do a lot of, what are some early thoughts, feelings, emotions, fears that you have had in the past that helped you know that things might be starting to go downhill a little bit? That can be, I think, an easier way to ask people about this. And noting, you know, it seems like you had a really hard time on the 1-month anniversary of the earthquake. The 2-month anniversary is coming up in a couple of weeks. What are your thoughts? You know, we don't want to suggest it's going to suck, but we want to just say, are you tracking that? What are you thinking? Have we made any progress in your ability to sort of tap into your resilience that you think maybe it's going to be okay? If not, how can we plan for it so you don't feel like you are being set back 2 months? The second part is, what can you do to help yourself feel better? So we're going to list the skills that will help you before, during, and after those potential difficult days, triggering days, trauma reminder days, or stressful situations. An example that I can have is after that tornado in North Minneapolis, pregnant women were, if they were impacted at all, like saw the tornado, it happened a block away, ambulances were taking them all to the hospital to be checked out. So they were just hospital, many hospital visits. And a lot of the women that I worked with were really high risk for a lot of reasons anyways. And so having to go to the hospital again after that for any reason really brought them back to, I don't know if my community is okay. I don't know if my house is okay. It just brought everything back. And so what I would work on in this one would be, yeah, having to go to the hospital for any reason for yourself or anybody else can really trigger a bad day, right? If that's their language, a bad day. What can we do around that? What skills have we learned that we can apply? We can, this is number 3, use worksheets and handouts. People can keep those and use those. I try to get them in some kind of cohesive, nice thick folder or binder so people can find it and use it instead of just folding things up and shoving them in their pockets. We can increase self-care, maintaining a healthy routine, getting enough sleep, eating, getting some exercise. I can use my social connections and spend time with other people. I can let my family know that I'm anticipating having a harder time around this anniversary and trying to plan something so that I don't have to reach out for help on the day if I'm really feeling overwhelmed. Fun or meaningful activities. Like Tim said, getting outside, getting into nature if you live someplace where you can do that. Engaging in your hobbies, helping others, participating in satisfying activities. The women after the tornado and I made a point of volunteering at the food shelf once a month on the anniversary of the month, 2-month, 3-month, 4-month anniversary of the tornado, to start associating feeling good about being part of the community with a hard day and kind of turn it around. And that was really effective. We haven't talked a lot about this. I feel like, there is a fairly large alcohol use culture in a lot of, especially the Midwest. It's, seen as pretty normal to get together with your buddies and throw back a couple 6-packs and watch some football. And I definitely come from a harm reduction perspective in my own work around substance use. So my framework for this would be, alcohol and other drugs might seem like they help in the short term, but they can make things worse in the long term, and they can definitely pull you out of being present in your recovery, which is not going to help you in the long term. It's just going to make it longer and make it harder, and providing some education to people who may be, overusing substances, that you might be in a place where getting some substance use disorder treatment, or even going to an AA meeting or two, might be necessary before we can really do this work. Because doing this work, this skills for psychological recovery work, and having it really stick and be useful, and coming up with a way to individualize this for yourself that is meaningful, requires that you're present. So just advising that substance use can be a barrier to that. Again, I've said this about 100 times. Don't be too hard on yourself. I'm not blowing all my progress because I had one setback. And then just noting that even if you're doing everything that you know how to do for yourself, if you're connecting with all your people, you're using your preventing setbacks plan, your action plan, things are still getting too hard. They're getting unmanageable. You are not functioning at the level that you want or need to be because of the kind of distressing reactions that you are having. This is where we want to really encourage and normalize reaching out for help. And I put the various crisis numbers and peer support warm line numbers on the back of this worksheet. I scan them onto there before I even go out, so I've got it on there already. But I'll just briefly for us today just note a couple of different types of supports that are available. So people can always show up at urgent care, the emergency room, or go to a primary care doctor and say, I'm concerned about my mental health. I am not sleeping. I am struggling. Here's all the things I've done. It's not covering it. You can access short-term crisis-based therapy at most community-based mental health centers by calling and explaining what's going on. But therapy wait lists are really long. And if you wait 4 months for therapy, you might be in bigger trouble than you want to be, right? 24-hour crisis lines and mobile crisis units. All of the counties in Minnesota have access to these, and many other states do as well. Plus national crisis lines like 988, which you can call or text, can get you someone who can empathize with what you're going through and help you get back on track and access the skills you've already built. And sometimes people are threatening or suicide, or thinking about harming themselves or others, or feeling hopeless, or feeling like there's no point. And then we might need to look at going to the hospital for a little while. And what that looks like is showing up in an emergency room and explaining what is going on. And you're going to be there for a long time while they assess you before they get you a mental health bed. They might send you home without getting you a mental health bed. And so I really see these skills for psychological recovery as something that all of us can provide to everyone we know and ourselves, as a way to stopgap the system that is not always available when we need it to be. A lot of times, if somebody is struggling with distressing symptoms, depression symptoms, struggling with sleep, they'll get the advice, you should go get some medication. There is no antidepressant medication that is going to start working before a 4-week mark. Most antidepressant medications start at a subtherapeutic level to start titrating it up in your bloodstream, and it's going to be 6 weeks before you see any advice. So as you're thinking about how do I help this person in front of me, you really need to consider, can this person wait 6 weeks for relief if they can magically get this drug going today and they can follow through with it? The answer is always going to be no. And so we need to provide, like we said earlier, that warm handoff to other supports that can get this person back on track to be able to use all the skills that they've learned and function a little better. Right, I lost our chat momentarily, so I'm sorry if there's anybody in there. I'll get that back in a second. Here is a video about recovering from setbacks.
Hi, I'm Shannon Sport from Organizational Learning and Talent Development. And recently, I've been thinking a lot lately about recovering from setbacks, especially during these difficult times. And through conversations with family and friends, I have learned that many are struggling with setbacks right now, and they're looking for strategies and ways to cope so that they can thrive, especially in the midst of everything that's going on right now. So, a few years ago, my family experienced some personal setbacks that left us struggling and wondering what in the world is going on and how do we move forward from our circumstances. My spouse and I were raising two small boys and everything was going well, and then the bottom fell out. It started with the car breaking down, and then a leaky roof caused some house damage, and then a close relative received a health diagnosis that required our full-time care and support. Life was hard. It was a hard season for us. And so perhaps you've experienced similar setbacks or difficult circumstances, either personal or professional, that left you wondering what to do next. And if you have, you're not alone. Setbacks can happen to anyone at any point in time in our lives, and they can range from small experiences that leave us mildly disappointed to major setbacks that leave us wondering or feeling like the world is falling apart. And so how you face setbacks and deal with them can make a difference, and you don't have to do it alone. In my situation, I was able to find coping strategies that gave me a new perspective on my situation and helped me to get back on track. And so today I want to share those coping strategies with you in hopes that you might find them helpful. So the first thing you want to do is to recognize your emotions. You know, when setbacks occur, it's easy for us to push aside any emotions that might come up for us and pretend as if everything is okay. But research shows that recognizing our emotions is actually helpful for us. In fact, our ability to be able to understand our emotions is critical to our well-being. And when we identify and acknowledge our emotions, we're in a better place to control them. So give yourself temporary permission to experience any negative emotions that might rise up about your setback. And when they rise up, try really hard not to blame yourself or others. When you find it difficult to cope, take a pause and do something that you enjoy. So for example, go for a 15-minute walk or jog. You can draw or listen to music. Whatever it is that brings you joy, step away for a moment and engage in that activity. Not only will this take your mind off of your difficult circumstances, but it's going to give you time to work through those negative emotions and think more clearly about how to navigate your situation. The next thing you want to do is to quiet your inner critic. Acknowledging your emotions is the first step to coping with setbacks, but sometimes those emotions can take over and cause us to overthink and to ruminate about our situation, especially when we're stressed. And when that happens, those negative thoughts just pop in and they take over, and it leaves us feeling frustrated, anxious, and worried. You know, I like to think about these messages as our inner critics or negative self-talk that tries to sabotage us. So in those moments, don't try to change them, but instead recognize what is happening and take action steps to quiet that inner critic. Here are a few simple tips that you can try. So the first is to jot down those thoughts when they rise up. Not only is this going to give you a sense of what those negative thoughts or what that inner critic is saying, but it's also going to help you to look for negative thought patterns. Also, challenge your thoughts. And one simple way that you can do this is by stopping and asking yourself, where is the proof that these negative thoughts are true? Also, try to relax. When that inner critic rises up, and it will, try deep breathing exercises to recenter and to focus. So one simple technique that I like to use from time to time is the stop method. So it's stopping in the moment when you're feeling yourself getting anxious and counting to 10 and taking slow, deep breaths in between each number to regain your focus and recenter. Okay, so we've talked about your inner critic. The next strategy I want to share is to rally your support system. You might find it easy to seek solitude when you experience major setbacks and push everyone away from you, but having a strong social network can help you to process those setbacks, and it also impacts your overall happiness. A strong social network should be your peers, relatives, and loved ones in your inner circle who are going to be positive and to help you focus on solutions. You can also talk to a professional who can help you process your setbacks. So for Henrico County employees, that's our Optima EAP program. And there's additional information below this video about that resource. So the last strategy I want to share today is to learn from your setbacks. It can be difficult to find the silver lining of a setback when you're in the midst of a challenge. but learning from it can help you to broaden your perspective. It can also give you some new tools for coping in the future. So one way you can do this is by asking yourself, what is this moment teaching me right now? And how can I grow from this experience? And while this strategy doesn't provide quick answers for you, it does help you to reframe your thoughts and to put things back into focus and perspective. These are just a few coping strategies that I've tried, and I'm hoping that they'll be helpful in terms of helping you to navigate personal or professional challenges. For additional information about this topic, you can check out the resources below this video. Thanks for watching.
So we know that the larger the scope of the disaster or stressful incident, the longer the psychological recovery. And the concept that people are going to proceed neatly from A to B to C to D and get their lives back together and everything is going to be fine is not very realistic. And I just tell people that. I'm not trying to be a Debbie Downer. I'm just letting you know what to expect, because it can be a struggle to recover after a crisis. You might find yourself sliding back into old patterns or relationships. You might feel like your obstacles are overwhelming, but you have the skills and the strategies to bounce back and to ask for help if you need it. And that process of bouncing back is making you stronger for the future. So our key points about this anticipating setbacks segment is paying attention to the person's loss, what the things, the people, the experiences, the connections that they've lost as a result of the incident. Addressing both positive and negative social influences as part of the connection plan and setback plan. And addressing any underlying social skills deficits, helping people build skills that they did not have before so they can be better in the future. All of that is valuable work here. All right. I asked to do this section because I continually need to be reminded about this section. That's why we're here. So I'm going to, give me a second. I'm going to pull this down for a second so I can check the chat. Okay. And we return. Thanks, guys. Oh, and now I have to do that again. I'm sorry. I don't know why my computer hates this. All right. Self-care, coping. I don't know how many people here are social workers, but social workers are infamous for being kind of snarky and snide about the concept of self-care because it often involves taking a bath. And it looks like that's what this image is here. And it's like, right, that's a cute idea. Self-care is really a much larger internal structure to keep ourselves regulated and in a state of readiness to help ourselves and help others. It is very critical, if you are going to be doing this work on any level, to be attending to yourself and to recognize that that is necessary, not selfish. I've been doing some stuff supporting some organizations lately that are dealing with some of the stuff happening in Minnesota. And these people are fried and they do not have the institutional structure or support to care for themselves in the way they need to, and they're not going to be able to keep going. And we can't do that as the professional helpers. We need to take care of ourselves so we can take care of other people. So 3 essential tools in coping with hearing people's stories of loss and hearing their hopelessness and their fear are awareness, balance, and connection. Awareness is being attuned to your own needs, your own limits, emotions, and resources. When Nancy sends out a call for deployment for the Behavioral Health Medical Reserve Corps, she always says something to the effect of, please look at your life and determine if this is an appropriate thing for you to be doing right now. She says it much more eloquently than that, but every single time I stop and think, can I do this? Have awareness about what I can actually bring to the table right now. And say no when I need to. Balance, maintaining balance among work, play, and rest. It can feel, especially when you're in a sustained disaster response, it can feel like taking time for recreation, self-soothing, hobbies. It can very much feel like that is wasted energy, wasted time, and that you are like, who am I? Who am I to be going and getting a sauna when people are suffering in this way? And if we don't keep ourselves built up in very pragmatic ways, we are not able to provide the level of critical thinking and emotional co-regulation that the people we are supporting require to keep surviving on their own. Rest. Rest is hard for a lot of people just in general. And getting enough sleep can be difficult just kind of in general based on whatever season you're in your life. Something that I teach my clients is the concept of cognitive shuffling. I don't know if you guys have ever heard about this, but it's like a neurocognitive trick, tricking our brain into thinking that we are calm and relaxed and ready for sleep when we're not. So I'm trying to fall asleep, but my brain won't stop thinking about things. I can't stop overthinking. I'm going to pick a word that has like 3 or 4 letters in it, like dog, something easy, or pear, P-E-A-R. I'm going to go letter by letter and name everything I can think of that starts with that letter. So if I pick dog, I'm going to be laying in bed trying to fall asleep, and I'm going to say dog, dad. I can't think of any other D words right now because I'm on the spot, right? But then I'm going to go to O, octopus, ostrich. And then I'm going to go to G, good, game. But I'm going to aim to get like 10 or 15 words for each letter. That is tricking my brain into moving into an alpha wave state, which allows me to sort of smooth out the brain waves and be ready to sleep. I use this and I find it very helpful. So it's called cognitive shuffling. If you want to look at anything more about that, I also teach it to my clients. Because having a tool that you can try is a lot better than having nothing and being terrified that you're never going to sleep again. And then connections to yourself, to your loved ones, to your colleagues, and to the larger community. I would really encourage you, we're going into a long weekend for a lot of people. Sort of pay attention to what are the things that you are doing to feel connected to who you are. Who am I? Who is Megan authentically? And how do I stay connected to that? Because who I am authentically is not my job, right? It's not my job. It's not my chores. It's not my bank account. It's why I'm here and what my purpose is and what my meaning is and why I keep going forward. What kind of rituals around self-care am I engaging in to remain connected to myself and to my family members and to my friends and to my colleagues in this work and other work, into the larger community? And am I being intentional about fostering and maintaining those connections? Because if I'm not, things are going to start falling apart for me once I add on the stress of doing this kind of disaster response work, whether it's psychological first aid one time, whether it's a couple of sessions of skills for psychological recovery, or whether it's something else. I have an obligation to myself and to the people that I love and to the people that I'm serving to figure out how to care for myself and then ruthlessly do it. And that is not always a shared sentiment in this work. And when you go out and do this work, you will be able to pick out the people who do not take care of themselves immediately And those are the people that I am pretty leery of, because I don't know that I trust their judgment and their reactions and their motivations. So as individuals, I strongly, strongly encourage us as we go into this long weekend to be paying attention to these three things: awareness, balance, connection. Where do I need to add more? Where am I not doing enough? Boundaries in this work. Knowing what your role is and what it is not. Heavy emphasis on what it is not. What are your personal goals in doing this work and your professional goals? What are your resources and where are you lacking? I can't tell you the number of times that I've had this impulse doing this work to just throw my own money at a situation to make it better, because I get so into what we're doing. And A, that's not healthy on about 12 levels, but B, it's not equitable, because I'm not sharing what I've got with everybody who needs it. And so, one way that I think that I can test if I am doing what I need to do to take care of myself, to be available to do this work, is to check where I'm at with my boundaries, check where I'm at with my ethical decision making, and let those be a guide for, well, that's feeling a little loosey-goosey. I got to rein all this in a little bit and maybe pull myself out of this situation until I can get back on track. And hopefully I've got somebody that I'm working with who knows me enough that they can see this and say, hey, I'm worried, or that I can say that to them, hey, we gotta just step in here and solve this. In this work, we need to refrain from any interactions that feel like they're a stretch or like they're uncomfortable. I feel very, very lucky to be a community-based social worker who is doing this work, because this is my all day, every day. But we're going to be working with people who are doing this work who are maybe not, versed in community-based work, who don't know how to tell if they are doing too much, doing the most, who don't have anybody who has taught them how to tell that. And so for me, constantly keeping track of, there's a little part of me that feels like that's a stretch. Okay, I'm going to back up and listen to that. Oh, I think I might be uncomfortable. I'm a person who kind of prides herself on not really ever being uncomfortable, but noticing like, this thing that I'm being asked to do, or this thing that I feel like I need to do, is probably not the right decision, because I am tuning into myself and noticing that I feel a little uncomfortable about it. We need to be careful not to share too much of our own story. There have been a number of disaster responses or critical incident responses recently in the news where there's been a lot of information coming out about providers showing up to the scene to help without any training in psychological first aid or skills for psychological recovery, who just start dumping their own stuff on survivors. I think all of us probably don't need a whole lot of instruction about why that's terrible. But the other thing that it does is it takes time away from this person who needs containment and support in processing their own experiences, which is what our role is to contain things so they can get through what they need to get through and improve their functioning. And if my story is not directly related to that and going to help them feel connected, there is no purpose in sharing it. And even if I do share a little bit of my story, minimal to get the point across, to build rapport and connection. Another piece of boundaries is we cannot be breaching confidentiality by talking to other people about the details of what's going on. So if I am working a response, I might have 4 other people that are sort of lateral to me that I'm working with. And we're going to talk about general things, general stuff that people are bringing forward. We're going to talk about where we might need more resources, but somebody's individual story that I need some support around how to handle for myself or how to help them find what they need next. I'm only doing that with the person providing supervisory or team lead structure to me, because it becomes a pretty big boundary violation very quickly. And some people that we work with in these settings are not going to be versed in a professional way around this. And it is our responsibility to hold the line for the people we are supporting in that way and to say that's not appropriate and you need to go talk to a supervisor about that, but I don't need to know anything about this person or their family or these details. More self-care strategies, utilizing the buddy system to share distressing stress reactions. So that's where I would, like, if Nancy and I were working together, I would tell her, yeah, I am having some like secondary traumatic stress reactions. I am not sleeping. I'm feeling kind of fried and jittery, but I'm not going to say it's because I talked to Mary and she told me these details about her grandfather dying. I'm just keeping it to what is happening to me. Accessing debriefing, consultation, and supervision routinely. Those of us that have been mental health practitioners and are now mental health professionals, we're very familiar with this because this is required by our licensing boards that we be receiving constant clinical supervision. But for people who are not familiar with the concept of clinical support, it can feel like criticism, and it's not. It's containment for you so you can contain the people you're supporting. Helping the people that you're working with understand that does everybody a service. Normalizing debriefing, consultation, and supervision as part and parcel of what we're doing and as a way to support ourselves and not getting too far gone with the work is how we support each other. Staying aware of limitations and needs for ourselves. You know, oftentimes we'll get a call for a deployment that's like, who can come for 3 days? And I might go, I can come for 2, but I can't come for 3. I'm not going to sign up for 3. I'm going to talk to Nancy and say, is 2 okay? Here's what I can do. I don't need to be a hero about anything, right? I need to be realistic about what I can provide, when, and why. On the flip side of that, recognizing my needs. I say this in these trainings all the time. I have a kind of inflammatory arthritis. I take a medication once a week via an injection. It's a pain in the butt. I have to have this dumb medication with me and it has to be refrigerated. And so if I'm going somewhere and I haven't had the injection in the last week, it needs to be refrigerated. If I don't take it, I'm going to be physically miserable. I don't need to suffer that way to support people. I just need to see if there's a place to refrigerate it. And if there's not, then maybe I can't go this time. Those are my limitations and my needs, and it doesn't burden anybody else. And then scheduling time for self-care. This is really hard for me, and I'm betting it is really hard for a lot of you. For me, self-care is I am putting my phone away so I can't see anything in the world that is happening. I'm very blessed to have a sauna at my house. I go take a sauna. I go to the gym. I have a lot of different hobbies. I have a whole bunch of pain in the butt chickens. I go see them, whatever. I am doing the things that fill me up and connect me back to who I authentically am. And for me, that is what self-care actually is. It's not a warm bath with candles. It is activities that I know connect me back to authentically who I am, so I feel like myself, so I function like myself, and that I'm doing what I want to do in my life for the right reasons. And that's different for everybody. And we need to be able to recognize what that is for ourselves. And if you don't know, you need to do the work to find out, because your ability to be an effective skills for psychological recovery coach depends on your ability to not just do self-care, but routinely do it so that you can stay ready so you don't have to get ready. So to that end, I strongly encourage everybody to develop a personal self-care plan. What is triggering stress for you? What is kind of your baseline stress level, and what gets you above and below your baseline stress level? What kind of mindfulness activities can you engage in to pull your brain offline so that you can get back to a more functional state? I mentioned that I do a type of mindfulness meditation, and I've been doing it for long enough that when I sit down to meditate, I can drop into it fast and get benefits from it really regularly, but it took a lot of time to get there. So if you want to have that as a strategy that is going to be useful to you, you need to work towards it. Anybody who knits as a hobby or crochets as a hobby, they would say the same thing, right? Like, I can sit and knit an entire sweater now without thinking about what I'm doing while I'm watching a movie and having a conversation, because I've been doing it for 20 years. But taking up a new hobby that's going to cause you stress and not help you relax is maybe not the right move if you are needing something that's highly effective for this. You need to be selecting from your own menu of positive coping responses and scheduling time for them. And you need to be practicing stress reduction and stress monitoring and self-care daily. There is a self-care plan through the University of Minnesota. I was going to pull it up, but we don't really have time for it. But it's a multi-page self-care plan. You can just Google, this is how I found it, self-care plan umn.edu. And it's going to pull it up, and it gives you all of these just really brilliant ideas of ways to like monitor your own stress, recognize where stress shows up. Are you a person who has stomach problems when you're stressed? Are you a person who gets headaches when you're stressed? Are you a person who loses your appetite for a week at a time when you get stressed? And then gives you strategies for how to respond to that. I think that's a really wonderful resource. And that's enough of the lecture about self-care. That's what I've got for that. So I want to, before we move on to kind of wrapping things up, I want to give us a chance in the chat to just sort of check in and see where people are at. And I'm going to try to find that again, because again, I've lost it. But Nancy or Tim, do you have anything while I'm figuring that out? Do you have anything that you want to bring up?
No, I just wanted to let you know that I put the link to the self-care plan inside the chat, and it is really great. I mean, there's all kinds of different plans out there you can develop, and maybe you have one personally that you use, but this is an excellent one.
I agree. Yeah. Carrie, you wrote sharing lived experience and peers. I think I'm not quite sure what that means. I think it might mean that having the opportunity to connect with people that have a shared experience with you can be really valuable and very validating and reinforcing. And being able to connect with peers who get it can be really excellent and useful and support your self-care. If that is not what you mean, please clarify, because I definitely want to know. Okay, I am going to go back. We've got 2 more slides here. Does anybody have any questions about any of this last module, the social connections, preventing and responding to setbacks, self-care, supporting others? All right, so we're going to go back here just for a minute. We are done with the content for today. We are asking that you complete the course evaluation, which is here, and it is in an email that Nancy sent you, so you don't need to try to copy this down. You have an email from Nancy about it, and if you don't have it, message Nancy, Tim, or me, and we'll make sure that you get it. If you need a certificate of attendance in order to obtain the CEUs from your licensing board, today was 6 CEUs. You have to complete the evaluation. That's how we know what's going on and how to get it for you. And it'll take a little bit of time, but we will get that marked as complete in your MinTrain account and your certificate to be loaded into there. Your comments about the course are really valuable. When I took this course, I took it over 6 weeks. So I had a lot of time to sort of learn and internalize what was going on and to apply it. And one of my worries about today was that this was going to feel too rapid fire, but also there's a lot of materials that you can look at on your own, and you can reach out to us with clarifications and questions after today, and we would be happy to help you with this. and to support you in it going forward, because I'm speaking for myself, but I'm pretty sure I'm speaking for Nancy and Tim too. We really believe in the power of skills for psychological recovery to make a significant difference in individuals and communities' collective lives as they're recovering from hard times, and that building a resilient population of people who can handle what's coming to us makes all of us better and safer. So with that, I'm going to say thank you so much for being here. I'm very grateful. And Nancy, Tim, whatever else you want to say, the floor is yours.
I just want to also say thank you for putting up for this all day today. And I have to echo what Megan said. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out to any of us. And as you start to use these, if you need any support, we're ongoing be a support for you. So we really thank you for joining us here today.
I would just say kudos to everyone for putting up with all of this. You know, the mind can absorb what the butt can endure. And so you guys have iron bottoms, let me tell you.
We hope that you can go into the weekend feeling like you've got a lot that you can take from this for your own lives as well. Thank you for the work that you're doing. Thank you for your commitment to supporting your communities. We're grateful for you. Have a beautiful weekend.
Absolutely.